G'day, May 40 here. Because I'm not married and I don't have kids, I spend much of my life in an abstract world thinking about how the world works. It's my form of excitement seeking. Normally, if you have kids, you don't have to seek any further excitement. So one thing that is particularly intoxicating for me is the magic key, right? I love magic keys. And one magic key that I've been reminded of the past few weeks is that if a trait, a behavior, a perspective, a line of thought does not aid you in transmitting your genes to the next generation, it's most likely BS. It's incredibly incisive, powerful insight. And I got it from David Pinsoff in his excellent blog, my new favorite blog, Everything is BS. And it just had so many applications to reality. So I was talking to a friend who didn't get a job that he had expected to get. So for many months, he was expecting to be promoted, and he wasn't promoted. Someone else, a coworker, was promoted. Now he has to work under that coworker, and he feels very keenly this loss of status. And so could there ever be an evolutionary reason for feeling down? Could depression, for example, be adaptive? And it can be, because when you lose status, right, when you lose a connection, when you lose something that you were counting on, then you feel bad and you feel down. And that's normal, natural, and healthy, because when you're down, you're less likely to just automatically do everything that you've been doing, right? You are more likely to step back from taking action in life and reflecting on if your energy is being used to your best advantage. And instead, you're more likely to rethink your commitments and wonder, what if I walk in this new path? Would that better serve me? For example, if I don't get the promotion that I was hoping for, should I then seek out a new job? And then, because you're down and you're not as social and outgoing as you normally are, you have more time to introspect, and you can then plot out your new course of direction. So you think, okay, maybe I'll quit my job and get a new job, and you can think through the implications of such a decision. And then you say, no, instead I'm going to pursue this other strategy. I'm going to start my own business. And then you can, in your isolation, you can pause and you can think through the implications. So when you lose at the game of life, when you lose status, when you lose connection, right, you can think, okay, what did I do perhaps to lead me to this case in time? And what could I do differently going forward? And how would a new strategy potentially work out? And so you stop wasting your energy doing things thoughtlessly. You start rethinking all your priors. And it's an opportunity to do a heshbon hanefesh, as we say in Yiddishkeit, to do an examination of the soul and rethink your priorities and plot a new path forward in life, and recognize, oh, maybe this would be more effective.
Competing imperatives of the war. And when Bibi balked at the terms of the deal, Trump was adamant, take the win. So how did Trump get the Arabs on board? Well, there are 3 rules to Trump's deal making. Ignore the experts, align the interests of the two sides, and play the long game, pivoting when necessary and taking that win whenever you can. In this case, he ignored the conventional wisdom that the conflict is about competing value systems and that what the Muslim countries want more than anything else is an end to Israel. Instead, Trump focused on the fact that the Muslim states in play each wanted something from him. Egypt wanted American military aid and for the Gazans to stay put in Gaza and not flood Sinai. Qatar wanted an apology from Netanyahu for an Israeli airstrike, and Turkey wanted sanctions relief. Most importantly, Trump had convinced the Gulf Arab states in an early trip to the region that he respected them and had their best interests at heart, despite his avowed and unapologetically pro-Israel stance. While bragging about being the most pro-Israel president in American history, Trump courted trillions of dollars in investments to intertwine our economies with those of the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, and used tariffs to incentivize those investments going to our industrial base. In other words, Trump's economic agenda and his foreign policy agenda are intertwined, something the president himself acknowledged.
The tariffs have brought peace to the world. I'm telling you, they brought peace to the world, and not only here, but with so many other deals. You know, I've made 7 peace deals, at least 5 of the 7 that we've done so far, it was through trade. That we're not going to deal with people that fight. We're not going to deal, and we're going to put tariffs on you. It gives you a tremendous road to peace and the saving of millions of lives.
It was vintage Trump. Why he is the only person who could have pulled this peace deal off, saving the lives of 20 Israeli hostages and probably thousands of Gazans. It's peace through strength, and rather than costing the American taxpayer, it is built on investment in the U.S. This is what a foreign policy designed for the American middle class looks like. A president who ends wars and brings home the bacon in one grand scheme to enrich the American people, economically, diplomatically, and nationally. And he was no bystander. I'm told.
So the way that you win elections is by expanding your coalition. And Batya Ungar-Sargon is an interesting character. She has a PhD from the University of California in English literature. She is a longtime Marxist. She's left of center. And she generally supports Donald Trump. And so Trump won by expanding his coalition to all sorts of groups who would not normally vote Republican. For example, I think of the MAGA movement is unimpressive to me. I don't like Bobby Kennedy as the head of Health and Human Services. I'm not impressed by the MAGA movement. I'm not impressed by any of Trump's healthcare picks. But if I were a U.S. senator, I would have voted for them because I would not want to diminish the strength of this Trump administration, because overall I agree with it. And so if Trump wins an election by appealing to groups that traditionally don't vote Republican, then who am I to wage war on that? But anyway, back to you lose status, all right, then what? Right? It's an opportunity for introspection. So I'm evenly balanced between introverted and extroverted, but I often get up at a ridiculous hour on Sunday mornings. So this morning I got up at 3:49 a.m. and there was no reason I needed to get up that early, except I wanted to prepare for this show and do this show and then watch the Cowboys game at 10 a.m. And why do I put so much energy and effort and preparation into doing this show? Because it is a status game, right? I want to demonstrate to you that I am a keener, clearer, more valuable voice on various issues in the news or that are just talked about by thoughtful people, and I want to compete in that sphere. So just as people who are good at basketball like to play basketball, and people who are good at chess like to play chess, and people who are good at making money like to do things that will expand their money-making opportunities, right? I think I have the gift of the gab, and I'm interested in what is true. And even though there's not an evolutionarily adaptive reason for us to seek truth about the world around us that doesn't directly affect us, right? If it is a status game for you, then if you can rise in status by playing this particular game in an adept fashion, right, there's your evolutionary advantage. So the position of the observer is a key part of the data. And so recognizing where I'm coming from will help you understand if anything I have to say is of any value. So there was a statement by the author Neil Strauss that once stung me. He observed about rock stars. They could fill a stadium. They could compel the attention of tens of thousands of screaming fans in a rock concert, but they were incapable of doing the most elementary tasks to take care of themselves. And that reminded me of me, not that I've ever had the opportunity to compel the attention of tens of thousands of people. I always thought I would become so famous and so accomplished and so great at what I was doing that then I'd be able to recruit a support staff who would take care of the most elementary parts of my life for me. I thought I'd become such a famous writer that I'd be flown around the world because people would be so interested in my insights into life. Didn't quite happen that way, but here are a few anecdotes. I remember in year 2001, in one of those cold Los Angeles winter Saturday afternoons, I was running to synagogue for Mincha Ma'ariv, Shalosh Shudas, the third meal, and I ran past a new friend, and I wasn't wearing a jacket, and it was about 45 degrees out, and he said, "We have to get you a jacket, or we have to get you a coat." And it was one of the most intoxicating things that anyone had ever said to me. It made me feel like I was being taken care of. And it probably makes no sense to you, but my mother died of cancer when I was 3. I grew up in foster care for many of my early years, between about age 2 and 4.5. I lived with a lot of different families. Some of them used me as batting practice. So I became adept at navigating very angry, volatile people, which has helped me, like it has helped the writer Neil Strauss, to trauma bond very quickly with celebrities and non-celebrities, to form a bond, because we both recognize in each other that we've been deeply marked by trauma. Whew. So, why was I so intoxicated, right, by the prospect of someone showing such an interest in my welfare? Because obviously it met some need in me that wasn't met in my early years as I was bouncing around from various foster homes. So I see, when I confess to these vulnerable, embarrassing feelings, it's not because I feel sorry for myself. It's not because I want you to feel sorry for me. It's because I want to illustrate something of broader significance. So you get these embarrassing feelings, and I don't think there's any use in berating oneself for them, but they are a sign about where you're at and how you're programmed, and how you may need to adjust your inner programming and how you respond to stimuli in a more effective direction. And so I've had too many girlfriends tell me, you're just looking for someone to take care of you. And so just under the surface of my strong silent persona, right, is this needy little boy. And here's an example of how my neediness and lack of self-care can play out. So I was living in an apartment where one day I got a new toilet, but the person installing it lost a plastic bolt to secure the toilet seat cover. So he only installed one plastic bolt, then he never came back as promised. And so the toilet seat cover slid on me for the next 9 months every time I sat down. And I did nothing about it until finally, one day, the sole plastic bolt holding down my toilet seat cover fell out. And now there was no way for me to operate comfortably without a toilet seat cover. And I had to take action. So I found the bolt, I looked at the bolt, and I figured out how I could reinstall it myself. And I texted, finally after 9 months, I texted the management company telling them about my problem. And a month went by, they did nothing about it. So I looked on Amazon for a plastic toilet seat cover bolt, and I found something that looked like it would do the trick. And so I ordered it for $8. I got it the next day in the mail, and I installed it in about 5 minutes, and it worked. Right? So it's highly typical for me to ignore practical stuff like this for months before I finally take action, because I live in an abstract world and I'm more focused on my blogging and my vlogging rather than these elementary things about self-care. Okay, so I asked ChatGPT, what does this say to me about me? And it says that I'm practical, right? I can be practical. I can be patient to a fault. I can be self-reliant, but I will tolerate avoidable dysfunction longer than I need to. Right? So I can be resourceful. I can be low maintenance. I am capable of fixing many of my own problems, but I am under-assertive with regard to my own needs, and I let many small frustrations pile up until I snap. I had my first car was a Volkswagen, and I loved my 1968 Volkswagen Bug. But then, one day as I was driving to Sierra Community College, I was changing the radio station, looking down at my radio dial, and I ran smack into a parked school bus, and I pranged my Bug, and it cost $900 to repair it. I never felt the same way about that Volkswagen Bug again, because I'd invested so much myself in this car. I'd installed a new stereo system. I put up maybe seat covers and air fresheners, and I loved my car. And you can't help but do that. And I like the channel Psych Hacks, but it's gone in a direction the last few months that for the first time I consistently find myself disagreeing with it. And the Psych Hacks guy says you shouldn't invest yourself in people and things around you because you can't control that. And I say that's a denial of being human. If you love someone and something, you'll invest yourself in it. You can't help it. That's just part of being human. To be human is to be vulnerable. So I pranged my car, and I didn't love it after that. And when it was repaired, there was a leak in the gas tank. And I just put up with that for about 2 years, every time I took a sharp turn. So essentially, every time I drove that car, there are many times when there would be the car would become filled with gasoline fumes. And because I no longer loved my car, right, it took me 2 years to finally take it to a car mechanic to install a new gas tank. I had the money all along. I just didn't want to spend it, right? So I have way too high tolerance for discomfort, tendency to normalize all sorts of dysfunctional, unhealthy things. And like my brain just files these things away as just minor but fixable problems, not urgent, even though taking care of them would clearly make my life better. I live in an abstract world with gasoline in my car and a sliding toilet seat because, you know, I'm focused elsewhere. I'm becoming a great man. And I'm so much like my father, the preacher man. My father got the PhD in rhetoric and got a PhD in New Testament studies. He was the chair of the religion department at the Avondale College in Australia, the Seventh-day Adventist institution. He was also a Christian evangelist, and he could mesmerize hundreds of people when he spoke. And I grew up looking at Dad and thinking, oh, I can do that.
By sources close to the president that he was deeply involved in setting the parameters of the peace deal. There's only one way to feel in a moment like this: immense pride as Americans at what our president has accomplished for humanity. How can this person not have been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize? Resentment, it's the only answer, the same kind that engulfs the Democrats, equally unable to give him the credit he deserves. Never mind, the Nobel Committee just solidified its irrelevance. Peace, of course, is its own reward. Here to discuss further is Steve Bannon, former White House chief strategist and host of War Room. Steve, welcome so much and thank you for being here.
Batya, I think that is the single best analysis and assessment I have heard.
Okay, so back to tales of my own dysfunction. So in the same vehicle for 2 winters in a row, like I would freeze. This is in Northern California where it literally get down to freezing because I didn't know how to activate the heat. I didn't realize that there was heat available in my vehicle. That one day, my sister borrowed my car and she very quickly found the lever that activated the heat. Another time, I was telling a friend about my work situation and how my boss would yell at me. And my friend said, if someone spoke to me like that once, I'd quit on the spot, right? Because I grew up being often knocked around, for me, certain forms of abuse feel natural, feel like I'm at home. And so I will put up with them and tolerate them, you know, much longer than a healthy person. Someone with secure attachment, right? They want to spend time primarily with people who treat them with respect. And they distance themselves from people who treat them with disrespect. But somehow being treated with disrespect feels normal and natural and feels like, I'm at home. Now, I like to think that there are things that you can do to move out of my chronic state of anxious attachment towards a more secure attachment. I find that meditation helps and 12-step work helps and therapy helps, but I'll probably never be wired in the same way that those who grew up with healthy, secure attachment are wired. Only once in my life did I live with a woman for longer than a month. And in this situation, it was 1993, and she noted something about me. You value comfort and luxury a lot more than I expected, right? So it looks like I'm at ease with discomfort, and it's just that I'm selective, right? I'll ignore all sorts of hassles when they just feel like background noise or emotional vulnerability. But there are times when my need for comfort and where my intoxication with luxury just transforms me. So just like with you, right? My various character traits, right? They come out differently in different situations. So if I have the opportunity to enjoy comfort, right? I seize it. Also, when you live with someone, they get to know you much better than if you're just dating someone. And she noticed that my chest would flush red whenever she talked to me like I was stupid, right? So on the surface, I'm calm, I'm stoic, strong, silent type, but I'm finely tuned sensitivity to being underestimated or put down, right? I'll tolerate physical discomfort for years, but I have very little toleration for the suggestion that I'm dim or not very smart. So I can be physically stoic. I've had various physical therapists say, oh, you've got a much higher pain tolerance than average. I can be emotionally perceptive. I can be fiercely self-reliant, but I'm still deeply attuned to status and recognition. And this keeps me, driving to learn more about myself and the world. But I can also overreact internally to the smallest of slights. So I feel keenly any loss in social status. But I don't think I feel it any more keenly than you do. I think I just talk about it more because I'm looking for underexplored topics to discuss on the show. Most people don't like to talk about their sensitivity to loss of social status. Most people don't like to discuss how we are driven for status. And this is an underexplored topic. And so I want to rampage through this topic like the Goths through Rome. And I don't know about you, but I find I cannot usually effectively fake my pride. Pride feels amazing. Right? When I feel pride, I feel strong, I feel confident, I feel more secure. I am then more charming, more outgoing, and I'm better able to connect with other people. But I find I can't fake pride, except to a very limited extent. To the extent that I can envisage that I'm going to say something publicly or write something publicly that will help people, even though it doesn't get immediate rewards, right? If I can then see myself as heroic, even though I'm not getting any external validation, but I can imagine that I'll be validated in the end, right? That might strengthen me a little bit. But I notice when I'm rising in status, when I feel pride, when I feel competent, I can be quite outgoing and charming. When I'm anxious, insecure, falling in status, I need more alone time. I have less energy. I need to rest more. I withdraw from any social engagements, right? Never to the extent that I miss commitments or time with my closest friends and family, but anything that doesn't feel safe, I'm less likely to participate in. So I'm a status-sensitive introvert with a performance gear, right? When I'm on top of my game, when I feel competent, respected, relevant, right, I can be magnetic, but my confidence, right, is anchored in my competence. And this show was delayed again today because my standing desk, a bolt keeps coming loose and my standing desk doesn't work. And when I struggle with things like that and with software, anything that threatens my sense of competence, it takes a toll on how I feel about myself and how much strength I have.
And all the words that are out there, all the different channels, quite brilliant, really brilliant. One thing I just want to add to that, I want to make sure that Jared Kushner and Witkoff get also the due credit there. They are, and I want to go back in time. If you look at this as a continuum of President Trump and how he thinks, I think this starts to make more sense. The underpinnings of this are commercial relationships and actually building middle class and working class throughout the world, in this case, in the Middle East. If you go back to our very first trip in May of 2017, of which, by the way, you remember Qatar was kind of odd man out because they wouldn't step forward and really do what UAE, Saudis working with us about terror financing. But the whole underpinning of that was a new dawn to kind of put the politics aside for a second. And let's look at the economic vitality of the region, particularly post oil. What's the region going to do? How's it going to expand? And Israel as a potential technology partner. Then you have the Abraham Accords. Jared's kind of the architect of that for President Trump. The Abraham Accords is essentially not a political deal. It's an economic deal. It tries to integrate the commercial relationships, the jet flights, the capital markets, trade in the region. And I think this is one of the reasons that it never really got, first it was President Trump, obviously, but the diplomatic and kind of political people that write about this don't really understand it. It's more of a business deal, the way Jared had always thought of it. Then you cut to the first trip in the spring to the Gulf Emirates, to Saudi Arabia and to Qatar, and also the UAE. All of that was about building commercial relationships between the United States and the Gulf Emirates, but also the potential.
So I am a student of the philosopher of the social sciences, Stephen Turner. I am a student of his books and essays on expertise. And so I'm fascinated by Donald Trump's contempt for expertise and how he still manages to pull some things off, like this potential major peace deal. And so I'm fascinated by, where does expertise matter? And where does expertise have an exaggerated power? And who's gaining status and power and income by claiming expertise? And how much do claims of expertise match real valuable expertise? And so there are all these articles over the past 10 months about how Donald Trump's foreign policy team lacks expertise. And so we've got these non-experts, a bunch of real estate guys, possibly securing a major Middle East peace deal. What are the broader implications of this? So I don't sneer at universities. I don't sneer at elites. I don't sneer at experts automatically. I don't think the people are automatically more right than the experts. I don't think the experts are automatically more right than the people. It's situational. It depends. So sometimes the experts are right. I think the experts were generally right about COVID. And I don't believe that truth and righteousness and competence necessarily lies with any one particular group. I'm not a populist. I'm not an elitist. So clearly, when ignoring expertise leads to immediate disaster, then in those sort of situations, you should always listen to experts. So you need engineers to construct skyscrapers. You need very smart experts to do air traffic control and to design and maintain airplanes, right? I am not the type of person you want checking the engines before the plane takes off. But when there's no clear reason to believe that the experts are significantly more valuable than non-experts, then we should become more skeptical about expert claims. So, for example, let's take the academic discipline of economics. It largely relies on differential equations to make sense of the world of economics. And so those parts of reality that are not reducible to these type of mathematical equations, right, are not parts of reality that should be governed by the claims of economists. And this refers to much of the world of international trade, of the invention of technology, on how to operate a business, right? Classical economics doesn't have that much to say in these areas. So there's a terrific 2025 book that I'm still working my way through that touches on this. It's called Industrial Policy for the United States, Winning the Competition for Good Jobs and High-Value Industries. So because I am so enamored with sexy ideas, because I love theories, because I love magic keys to reality, and because I'm so keenly aware of how often this has led me down the wrong path. So for years, I would tell everyone that I was an atheistic communist because I just found it really fun to use Marxist analysis on stuff, right? It was fun, but it was usually pretty foolish, right? And so my father has also lived often in an abstract world, and so I kind of have a keen sense of how living in an abstract world can detach you from reality and lead you in some unfortunate directions. So I agree with this analysis that a major problem with mainstream economics is that it's only good at understanding those things that are suited to mathematical modeling, such as price setting in freely competitive markets. Economics is an academic discipline. It has weak insight into organization, into management, corporate strategy, research and development, engineering, workforce development, the origins of technology, product design, policy making by governments, and the various strategies that nations use to compete with each other. Right? None of these things reduce to mathematical equations very accurately, but they are central to how modern firms, governments, and economies function. So let's say you are an economist, right? Like a member of every other profession, you have many incentives to maximize the prestige of your profession, the power of your profession, and the money-making and fame-making opportunities of your profession. And you're not going to maximize those things usually if you say, hey, economics as a discipline doesn't have much to say on these various topics. So what economists tend to do is, even though their academic discipline doesn't have much to say on these topics, they cling to their mathematical formula because they feel safe there, and they still proclaim as though they have great expertise in areas where they don't have expertise. It's like someone loses their house key and they go looking for it under the street light, not because that's where they lost it, but that's where the light is. So we all tend to prefer to do that which is comfortable. So there are many parts of the economic domain that do mathematize well, but they are prone to oversimplifications that frequently lead to false conclusions. So usually professions will just try to maximize, like individuals try to maximize their own status, their own power, their own money-making opportunities, because that's how we are wired. We are chimpanzees with more highly developed brains, and we tend to use our more highly developed brains largely to rationalize and justify the horrible things that we do to each other. So You look back on history, and every single great economy was built behind a wall of protection with significant industrial policy and government money. But that's not the advice you get from economists. Economists love to say free trade is more efficient. And so from their perspective, the primary or even the sole objective of trade policy is market efficiency. Right? Lower tariffs and non-tariff barriers reduce the cost of producing and distributing goods. That makes a society better off, as the argument goes. Right? So we can design our economy and our society and our trade policy on the lines of these abstract mathematical models. And as someone who loves spending time in abstract models, I understand the appeal. But to me, there's something more important than designing our society along the lines of various abstract models, and that is designing our society that will maximize the dignity and the well-being of its citizens, right? Let's envision the type of society that we want, and then in light of that conception of the common good, let us then fashion a trade policy to fit that vision. Economists, and therefore the experts and the elites who cite economists in matters of trade and tariffs, right? They start from the proposition that these abstract mathematical models about free trade should automatically reign, that abstraction should reign, and then people must adopt, right? I am quite glad to use economic models where that will advance, right, the well-being of my fellow Americans. Not so much just to fulfill the dictates of this particular set of ruling elites.
That we could have peace, and if we had peace, we have broader commercial relations. That is what's underpinning this deal today. It's really that, the Palestinians are not going to leave. There's going to be a massive redevelopment. The Arab nations, the Gulf Emirates, essentially putting up the money. The Turkey and others are going to provide the security. So I think if you look at it as commercial.
And Glib Medley is bringing it this morning. He says that my broken toilet seat was a sign to choose squatting over more colonial forms of evacuation. And Glib said, did Desmond Ford fulfill the Jewish commandment to teach his son a skill? Well, very early on, I think about age 8 or 9, my father taught me how to use the Dewey Decimal System so that I could get the most use out of libraries. And he tried to develop good character in me. He tried to develop my Christian faith. So when I was caught telling a lot of lies, which is a habit I developed early in life to try to avoid getting beaten, he then assigned to me reading 30 to 40 pages of dense Christian apologetics every day and then typing a one-page summary, out of which I developed typing skill and a familiarity with Christian apologetics and an emotional hatred of Christian apologetics, because this assignment would separate me from my friends. Another punishment that I received for telling lies is that I would have to bike home from school every lunch period to eat lunch with my stepmother and then bike back to school. So it was an hour off for lunch. It would take me like 20 minutes each way to bike. That would give me 20 minutes for lunch. And I missed out on that social time with friends. I didn't even enter school till I was 8, till second grade. And I just wonder if these things cost me some vital social skills. So if this Trump Middle East plan works out, it seems to undercut the expertise claims of our foreign policy elite. And Ross Douthat touched on that in the New York Times. He says the fact that figures like Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have seemingly done better, or at the very least no worse, than credentialed diplomatic professionals, right, has striking implications for how we think about expertise, not just in foreign policy, but also in much of domestic policy, right? If real estate developers and business elites do no worse than career diplomats or national security professionals, what does that suggest? Right? That erodes the prestige of technocratic expertise. Right? It signals that credentialed expertise is certainly less politically privileged in this current administration. And if non-experts can replicate or outshine the experts, right, that reduces the distance between experts and the people. Right? Expert authority is delegitimized. Now, Trump's non-experts may miss things. They may underestimate the complexity of what they're doing, right? So we will find out. There are certainly times when Trump's contempt for expertise has not yielded good results. Now, if our foreign policy is less constrained by expertise, by bureaucratic and institutional norms, right, something else has to step up. So political actors and their inner circle gain power, right? So this amplifies the role of charisma, personality, loyalty, and improvisation. So we have a big society in the United States, and big societies need institutions. It's hard to get anything done without institutions. Institutions are largely run by people claiming expertise. So this reduces the status and power of many institutions. If you want to get into the foreign policy elite or into the intelligence industry, it helps to go to Georgetown, right? I don't think that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff studied foreign policy at Georgetown. We're also, if we're Trump supporters, we will have selective success stories bias, right? We may ignore the failures of Trump's contempt for expertise, and we just remember the deals that worked, not the ones that blow up. And how do we measure effectiveness, right? Do we measure it on the basis of headline deals and on spectacle? Trump is really good at producing spectacle. Do we measure it on the basis of symbols, right? These measurements favor actors that are adept at optics more than substance. So I had ChatGPT. It pulled up about 20 articles in our elite publications on the great danger of Trump demeaning the importance of expertise.
Relationships. This has a beginning with President Trump and how he thinks, and Jared Kushner, who I think Jared is really the unspoken hero and back President Trump and really working on this. It's quite brilliant. Now, that being said, particularly those of us that have been friends of Israel for many, many decades and have really fought a two-state solution, I think we have to face reality. What's happening in Gaza, I think, is the beginning of the proto-Palestinian or proto-Arab state. The Gulf Emirates are essentially going to finance it. There may be some interim, 200 American troops to do some sort of coordination from CENTCOM, but eventually Turkey and others are going to be there. There's also blocked any more expansion or really the historic claim of Israel on Judea Samaria. That looks like it's going to be blocked. So I think it was a overplay by Netanyahu, and we are where we are, but obviously historic. And I think if you take it from the business perspective, the commercial perspective, he essentially took the power of the hands of the politicians, put it in the hands of the business people, and I think you're going to get peace. What I found most striking today of everything, you have people in the streets dancing.
So my favorite expert on experts is Stephen Turner, the philosopher, and he wrote and published a great book in 2013 called The Politics of Expertise. So I asked ChatGPT to apply Stephen Turner's work on expertise to what's going on with this Trump peace deal and what it means for the importance of expertise. So point number one is the collapse of boundary maintenance. So in the Western world, ever since the 30-year war, where Protestants and Catholics were slaughtering each other in cruel and large numbers in Germany, we have had a growing trend in our politics to diminish the role and rule of the political, meaning the will of the people, and expand the role and the power of experts. So if we neutralize more and more of the realm of the political, so for example, we say that individual conscience and religious choice, that is not something that the political can take away. So that way we can reduce the incentive of people of different religious persuasions from slaughtering each other. So there are many advantages to this perspective. And the liberal drive to increase individual rights and to protect them against the will of the majority, all right, that strengthens the role of experts, that strengthens pluralism, and that strengthens liberalism. But it comes at the price of reducing the cohesion of the people. So elites can only rule in a pluralistic society. Experts can only dominate in a pluralistic society, because experts and elites, who are often the same people, can then pick off various coalitions of a country and make deals to maintain power. And so ever since the 30 Years' War, European and nations that were founded, created by Europeans, have built up institutions and boundaries, separating more and more life from the will of the people and reducing the political as much as possible. So we have larger and wider expert domains, such as in science, diplomacy, and law, that have been separated from lay and political mass popular judgment. So Trump's foreign policy model privileges personal trust, his intuition, and loyalty over credentialed specialization. So he is eroding these boundaries that have been getting higher and higher and stronger over the past 300 years. So this isn't just an administrative change, it is a reorganization of knowledge and authority, right? Decision power and expertise has been shifted from those with credentials to patrons of MAGA, essentially. So we have patronage and personal relations that are increasingly replacing epistemic authority. So traditionally, how do you know you have an expert? When other experts say this person is an expert. So governments over the past 300 years have increasingly come to fund and to rely on experts. They fund experts, they patronize experts, and then they remove much of the political, such as immigration controls, and shift it over to the supposed neutral experts. Now, expertise, just like morality claims, is never neutral. It always privileges one group over another. And so if the rule of experts privileges you and your group, you're going to support it. If it damages you, you're likely to oppose it, just like if you are losing at a particular status game. So I am losing at many status games in life. So I just sneer and demonstrate disdain for these traditional status games, and instead I play other status games, but I don't experience that as me playing a status game. I don't tend to experience this show as me playing a status game, even though that's what's happening. I see what I'm doing as pursuing truth, right? I tell myself some BS that what I'm doing is far more noble and heroic than it really is, because if I was just to face, I'm getting up at 3:49 a.m. to play a status game that I'm losing at, then I'd have very little incentive. I wouldn't have the courage and the enthusiasm and the strength to do what I'm doing. So populists tend to be led by charismatic leaders who tend to replace traditional epistemic authority, traditional experts, with those who are loyal to them, right? So patronage shifts to personal networks. So this is a reversion to pre-bureaucratic forms of knowledge trust, right? This is legitimacy through personal loyalty rather than through institutional vetting. It's not an abolishment of expertise, it is a privatization of expertise.
Very moving press conference or press briefing by the IDF, who I think are also been the unspoken heroes here, the what they had to go through in this war against the Hamas, or what I call the Muslim Brotherhood fighting brigades. The actual spokesman, I think today, actually broke down in tears talking about, and this shows you how tough they've had this fight and how they were not looking forward to going back in there and doing what they're requested to do. And this is why I think the head of the IDF and Netanyahu came to loggerheads over the last 3 or 4 months. But when the soldiers of the IDF are in back of a deal and they have a spokesman that's in tears, I think that shows you how deep an issue this was, and why both Israeli citizens and the Palestinians in the whole region and the world are celebrating Donald J. Trump. He's the only person.
Middle Eastern people are much more open with their emotions than, say, Northern European people. So different people have different characteristics and different gifts. So you often hear from elites that the means is more important than the ends. And sometimes the means is more important than the ends. With the Alexander technique, how you do things is often more important than what you do. And you may be thinking, what the hell is the Alexander technique? So the Alexander technique is a method of noticing how you respond to stimuli, and then how you can let go of those responses that don't serve you, such as unnecessary tension and compression. So there is output legitimacy, where the ends justify the means, where the results justify the trust. And then there is process legitimacy, where the procedures, the means are more important than the ends, where the procedures justify the trust. So Donald Trump's model rests entirely on output legitimacy, right? The means by which he gets many things done are not impressive from a secular educated perspective usually. Right? Donald Trump is resting his legitimacy entirely on these big deals, on headlines, and on all sorts of perceived wins. Traditional diplomacy focuses on process legitimacy, norms of consultation, interagency review, alliances. So much of the criticism of Donald Trump is that he doesn't follow the proper procedures. And this is not a winning message, right? You're not going to win elections. You are not going to develop a commanding majority by attacking Donald Trump on means and processes. It simply doesn't grab people's attention. So when process collapses, right, expertise becomes indistinguishable from success theater. So that creates volatility. So the moment Donald Trump's output fails, his legitimacy disappears. So what is charismatic leadership? I think Max Weber said this. It's when someone does the seeming impossible, and after he does the seeming impossible, he accumulates more resources and more followers, and then he's able to, once again, pull off doing the seeming impossible, but eventually all charismatic leaders crash and burn. So it wasn't surprising that the first Trump administration ended in such a disaster, right? That is typical for the populist charismatic model.
Personally can pull this off.
One of the things that I mentioned in the editorial was how important this was for Trump in terms of restoring Israel to having support, both worldwide and in America. Among young people, support for Israel has really been cratering. I want to play you something the president said about Israel.
So the dominant news about support for Israel cratering focuses on how young people have fallen out of love with Israel, but it's primarily a racial and religious thing, right? White Christians tend to be either neutral towards Israel or positive towards Israel, and non-whites and non-Christians much more likely to be hostile to Israel. And as America's demographics shift, all right, that's a large part of the reason that there is less support for Israel in America. Okay, traditional politics in America and in the First World requires the aggregation of distributed knowledge, right? You have many institutions, many organizations that know a bit here and a bit here, and they all have to work together to arrive at a coherent decision. And so normally expertise is hidden. Science is hidden, and the work of forming the consensus is conducted behind the scenes, and then you have the experts coming out and saying, this is the expert opinion. We have 49 intelligence agencies saying that the Hunter Biden laptop story has all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, right? During COVID, what was unusual is you had all these experts disagreeing with each other in public. So normally in big science, experts disagree with each other privately, and then science speaks with a commanding, united position in public. So Trump's style, based on intuition and loyalty, a small trusted circle, right, short circuits these traditional methods of aggregation of knowledge. So there are fewer voices, fewer institutions, fewer knowledge inputs, and policy becomes more dependent on individual heuristics. So heuristics means a good enough decision-making model that is imperfect, but it's usually good enough. So Trump is no longer depending on the structured synthesis of institutional expertise. And we have under Trump a democratization or a populist redefinition of expertise, right? Trump doesn't tend to romanticize experts. He doesn't see them as more than they are, right? He sees expertise for what it is, right? A socially contingent, meaning depending upon, form of authority. It's a group of people working within institutions to make claims that usually advance their own power, prestige, and money-making opportunities. And this power and status is not always used for the good of the people. So Trump has these populist sentiments, and populist means that power and wisdom reside with the people, that we should be one united, cohesive people rather than a pluralistic, sectionalized society where elites make deals with various parts of society so that they can reign. So Trump reflects this democratic impulse, meaning instead of removing the power of the people and the power of the political to shape life and turning that power over to experts, Trump is trying to return power to the people, to the democratic process. Liberalism and democracy are fundamental contradictions. They can work together, but that doesn't remove the fundamental contradiction. In liberalism, it's an individualist approach to life where individuals have inalienable rights. And the more rights that individuals have, then the realm of the political is reduced. The more power that people have through democratic means, then the realm of the political is expanded. And so that's why we have elites saying that majoritarianism is a threat to democracy. The will of the people is a threat to democracy. What they mean is it is a threat to individual inalienable rights and to the institution-run operation of first world democracies. So we have Donald Trump, who is operating instead of basing his actions on the claims of expertise, he is operating on the power of his charisma, on the power of his personal and family ties, and on the power of his business heuristics. So without the dominance of institutions and traditional claims of neutral expertise, now expertise, it hasn't vanished, it has changed itself into ideology and loyalty. Now, when expertise is delegitimized, we can lose epistemic memory, right? The accumulated knowledge that is stored up in procedures, archives, and norms. That's why, for example, it is often important to have a manufacturing industry, because simply by building things, you learn about building things in a way that you can't when you just study manufacturing in the abstract, and it becomes easier to shift to a new mode of manufacturing if you already have a manufacturing industry. So during the start of World War II, America's car industry shifted to building planes and weapons. So when we replace foreign policy experts, that comes with a risk, right? It comes with the destruction of knowledge. If the experts in foreign policy aren't receiving the power and prestige and income that they expect, people will be less incentivized to enter that world. So throughout the West, we have these populist regimes consuming the epistemic capital built by prior technocracies. So Trump's foreign policy style is not so much anti-expert, but it is post-expert. It's ruled by uncredentialed networks that claim direct access to truth or to common sense, bypassing institutional mediation. So it's not an elimination of expertise, it is a redistribution of expertise from professional institutions and systems to personal hierarchies, right? And this undermines both democratic accountability and expert autonomy. It is a reversion to the traditional patron-client epistemology, where you trust the ruler, and that replaces trust in the process. So sometimes, right, trust in the ruler is more effective, and sometimes trust in the process is more effective. Neither is marked out by the will of heaven to always win.
Israel, let's have SOT 1.
No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere.
So President Trump has really been at the forefront of making the argument that there's no conflict between.
So when I was a kid, I loved the Just Williams stories by Richmal Crompton. So she was an English teacher who suffered from polio, and she just became a hilarious writer. So the first time now, since I think I was like 10 years old, I tapped back into these wonderful stories. And there's one story that she tells, it's called William and the Musician, that maps onto our expertise thread. And you're going to love it. Just love these William stories.
On the crest of the hill, his chin cupped in his hands, From his point of vantage, he surveyed the wide expanse of country that swept out before him.
So William is an 11-year-old boy. He's living, I think, during World War II in the London area.
And as he surveyed it, he became the owner of all the land and houses as far as the eye could see.
He reminds me so much of Donald Trump, just this raw, like childish impulse.
Farther than he could see. Casting aside the hampering bonds of possibility, he became the ruler of all England, finding the confines even of England too cramping for him. He became the ruler of the whole world. He made sweeping and imperious gestures at which the thousands of invisible minions around him trembled. A rebellion.
This, man, why do I love these stories? It reflects my own inner life.
Was announced in a remote part of his empire. With a wide movement of his arm, William sent out a vast army with instructions to show the rebels no quarter. Immediately afterwards, the army returned, bringing with it the leaders of the rebellion in chains. A fierce gesture ordered them off to instant imprisonment. Another movement pinned medals onto the breasts of the victorious generals. It was at this point that William realized that he was not alone. A small man had climbed the hill and now sat.
So this illustrates another painful insight that I've learned through repeated bouts of humiliation, and that is everything leaks out, right? I naturally tend to compartmentalize my life, and there's this Luke in this compartment and this different type of Luke in another situation and different type of Luke, and when the different compartments of my life interpenetrate, I tend to get very anxious, and I found through repeated humiliation that everything leaks out.
Sat by him, watching him with interest. Near the small man was a huge pack. "Well," he said, as William turned to meet his eye, "did you catch it?" "Catch what?" said William. "The mosquito you were trying to catch." "I thought you got him that last grab." William, unwilling to admit any kind of failure, said coldly, "Yes, I got him all right. You took a long time over it." "Did I?"
Oh, man, William, just like me, just like Donald Trump. All right, so William and the Musician is one of Richmal Crompton's Just William stories. It's a farce about class pretension and luck. I asked ChatGPT to summarize it for me. So William's story begins, he's daydreaming on a hill, and he meets a down-on-his-luck Punch and Judy man, Senor Manelli, who mistakes William's childish boasting for truth, and then he believes the boy owns the grand estate nearby. And William, improvising, hires him to perform at an upcoming garden party supposedly hosted by Lord Faversham. In reality, this house belongs to Mrs. Bott, a social climbing hostess desperate to impress the local gentry with a recital by the modern violin virtuoso Zaire. So modern classical music doesn't have the traditional melodies and the crowd-pleasing accessibility of a Mozart or a Beethoven. So Manelli takes the promise seriously, he practices, and he turns up at the Bott's party with his dog and his puppet stage. And Zaire, meanwhile, quarrels with himself, misses his bus, ends up playing privately for William in a hayfield, imagining that he has discovered a musical prodigy. At the hall, the chaos turns to triumph. The bored guests, expecting an avant-garde violinist, roar with laughter at Manelli's low-status Punch and Judy show, and Lord Faversham declares it the best entertainment in years, and he books Manelli for another engagement. Mrs. Bott is stunned. She assumes that her husband has arranged it, and she feels her social status soaring. Later, the newspapers report that Punch and Judy shows are fashionable again, and that Zaire has published a memoir romanticizing his musical child encounter, modeled on William. William listens to this story when his parents read aloud, grins, and he says nothing. So, in short, this story has certain themes of illusion, class anxiety, and the accidental triumph of the uncredentialed over the credentialed. And the moral is expertise and pretension can be outflanked by luck, by charisma, and by timing. So you have Mrs. Bott as the archetypal patron. She is a status-seeking woman. She tries to buy legitimacy. She donates to a hospital. She gets Lord Faversham to show up to her party. she invites the famous terribly modern violinist. So we have expertise here riding on patronage networks where legitimacy, like morality, is socially produced. It's not just earned. Now, we also have boundary work getting scrambled. The proper expert here is Zaire. He is credentialed in high culture. The improper entertainer is Senor Manelli. He just does a Punch and Judy show with a dog. So we have an interpenetration here between high and low status, between expert and lay expertise, and this all collapses when Senor Manelli, steals the show. So we have the non-credentialed operatives, such as Stephen Witkoff and Jared Kushner, right, sometimes doing no worse and possibly better than the professionals.
Then he swept his arm around in another wide circle and said, "All that land belongs to me. It's mine as far as you can see." The man was evidently of an ingenuous disposition. He had a humorous, pathetic face, rather like a monkey. He looked impressed. "All of it," he said, "as far as you can see on every side." William put...
Boy, I would not like you to know, right, the number of times that I have exaggerated and lied to try to achieve more status, or when I've suffered, where I've exaggerated my suffering. So this story also illustrates output versus process legitimacy. Process legitimacy means you've got a curated tent, you've got a front row Gothic chair, you've got the whole ritual of expert performance with the very modern violinist Zaire, versus output legitimacy. Do the guests actually value this very modern violinist? Senor Manelli delivers joy. Zaire flakes. So when process fails, the audience will re-anchor legitimacy in outputs. We've got the optics economy. Right? Mrs. Bott wants prestige optics. Right? She wants a very modern violinist before a bored lord. The audience wants relief. The win is what lands with the crowd, and the top patron, Lord Faversham, laughs. So leaders who optimize for optics sometimes will appear to beat technocrats who measure on longer-term metrics. Zaire no-shows, then he rewrites the day in his memoirs as a sublime encounter with a musical child. So this is expert self-exoneration through storytelling. One theory in evolutionary psychology is that the primary reason that human brains are so big is because we need all that cognitive processing power to morally explain and justify the horrible things that we do. So in politics, post hoc rationalizations often make impulsive calls look like genius. Right? Experts and institutions try to build their reputation through narratives just as much as populists. We see here in this story the triumph of personal networks over institutions. So William makes some kind of offhand fantastical booking of Manelli, and that overrides the whole institutional booking of the very modernist Zion violinist Zaire. So Trump world parallel, personal channels, backdoors, informal envoys have displaced formal interagency process. We have a populist re-evaluation of knowledge, Punch and Judy shows that are supposed to be out of date and low class, but it's what the people value. Populism reframes what counts as knowledge and expertise. Right? Expertise as authority depends on the audience and on audience trust. And if the audience prefers different forms of knowledge, the crown slips from the reigning experts. So if every Mrs. Bott learns to skip the experts and just hire the clown, institutions will forget how to source, vet, and stage complex performances. So something might work today, but it might hollow out our capacity for tomorrow. Right? We may consume our epistemic capital faster than we can build it. And often we may be tempted to develop theories about things that depend on luck and contingency. So in this story, a bus breaks down, a boy stores a prima donna, a crowd laughs, a lord applauds, then everyone invents theories and reasons for what happens. So in politics, contingent wins can be mistaken for a doctrine. See, not experts beat experts. So beware mistaking fortune and luck for a new epistemic model. Elite endorsement can flip the field, right? The crowd follows Lord Faversham's laughter. So once you have an elite gatekeeper blessing the low act, it becomes the right act. So this is how boundary work is renegotiated, not by truth alone, but by who laughs first or nods first. So Richmal Crompton here is staging Stephen Turner's core claim that expertise is a political social arrangement through patronage, rituals, stories, and audiences. It's not just about skill. When institutions falter and patrons chase optics, non-experts can appear to match or beat experts. Sometimes that's a genuine rediscovery of undervalued know-how. Sometimes it's just luck. The long game still hinges on aggregation, institutions, memory, and accountability processes. And Donald Trump is very much like this character, William, right? He has big dreams. He rules the world in his head. Donald Trump governs as if his personal will can substitute for process and expertise, and his grandiosity stands in for institution building. And unless institutions are built under MAGA, right, that does not bode well for the long-term prospects of MAGA-style populism. Populism is often popular, but it rarely governs effectively because of its disdain for experts, and it doesn't tend to build institutions which are needed if you're going to be effective in the long run.
The true artistic touch of restraint into his picture. Well, not quite as far as you can see. As far as that tree on one side and as far as the river on the other. The little man surveyed this extensive stretch of land with deepening interest. Then he looked at William. But you're underage, of course. I suppose you have a guardian or agent of some sort to manage it for you. Oh, yes, I have a guardian or agent, all right. The little man was still impressed. Your parents are both dead, of course. Oh, yes. My parents are both dead, all right. They died the day I was born. Struck by lightning. Oh, how terrible. Yes, it was. Yes, I was awfully upset at the time. But I soon got over it, and on the whole, I'd as soon not have parents as have them. In imagination, he saw a glorious existence in which he climbed forbidden trees, played in forbidden ponds, turned the garden into a jungle, and never went to bed at all. A jolly sight sooner, in fact. The little man's gaze wandered again over the expanse of William's alleged estate. And where do you live? He said. The most imposing house within sight was the hall. William pointed to it. I live there, he said. As a matter of fact, the hall was rather in the public eye at present, as Mr. Bott, of Bott's Sauce fame, had returned there with his wife and daughter.
Okay, I love these Just William stories. So most of the Orthodox Jews I know are MAGA. Modern Orthodox Jews are probably vote Republican or probably vote for Trump by a 60-40 ratio. So if they're in the professions, they're less likely to vote for Trump. If they're entrepreneurs, they're much more likely to vote for Trump. Traditional Orthodox Jews will vote for Trump 80-20. And most of the Orthodox Jews I know are Trump supporters, and they're concerned and they're curious, why has MAGA, much of MAGA, fallen out of alignment with Israel? So I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist, and in my upbringing, we didn't talk about Israel. We didn't really talk much about Jews. All right, I heard 20 times more negative things in my Seventh-day Adventist upbringing about Catholics than I did about Jews. So my family, my relatives, and my friends, either in Australia or in California, weren't much interested in Jews and Israel. And to the extent that we paid any attention, we saw Israel as the plucky underdog, and we were happy about its military victories. And Israel's enemies, such as Iran and the PLO and Iraq and Syria and Egypt, right, these people seem much more evil to us than Israel, but we primarily cared about our own countries. Now, on October 7, 2023, Hamas attacks Israel, kills hundreds of people, and very quickly there are all these pro-Palestine demonstrations on elite American campuses such as Harvard, and they are often described as orgies of Jew hatred. And you can understand why, from a Jewish perspective and a Zionist perspective, these rallies seem satanic and orgies of Jew hatred. From just a regular American nationalist perspective, this pro-Palestine crowd seems anti-American. So either way I would look at these things, right, I saw this rising anti-Israel sentiment as bad for me, bad for Jews, bad for Israel, bad for America. Then, in retaliation for the October 7 attack, Israel attacks Hamas in Gaza. In the process, kills thousands of Gazans. And I haven't lost any sleep over this, right? As long as Israel is threatened, right, I really don't care what it does to its enemies, though I strongly prefer it to be as economical with life as possible, because I want to virtue signal about how moral my side is. I want to feel strong and good and confident and righteous and aligned with God and Torah and all beautiful ethical things, all right, that feels good. I want that. That's evolutionarily adaptive to love your own side. And it's easier to love your own side when you can see it as virtuous as possible. And I'm a big fan of forgiveness. And there's a great book on this topic that has shaped my life over the past few years called Forgive for Good by Stanford University psychology professor Fred Luskin, who does not even have a Wikipedia entry. He says in his talks that he's pretty sure he'll get an obituary in the New York Times when he dies. But Fred Luskin works with many people who have had relatives who've been killed in war, but he does not work with groups who are currently at war. Right? There is no point teaching forgiveness in an active conflict. Right? He only gets involved after a political solution, such as Northern Ireland's 1998 Good Friday Agreement. So if this current Trump peace plan leads to some lasting peace in the Middle East, then it'll become appropriate and adaptive for the two sides to work on forgiveness. So in the spirit of the possibility of peace, I'm now reconsidering these pro-Palestine rallies and trying to see them from the other side, right? There's no adaptive evolutionary in-group incentive for me to do this prior to the prospect of peace. But now that we have a prospect of peace, I can use my empathy and I can enjoy the cognitive challenge of placing myself in the shoes of another group, the Palestinians, the Muslims, the pro-Palestine crowd. Like, what happens if I put myself in their shoes? Right? How would I understand their pro-Palestine rallies then? And certain levels of understanding are only available to those in the group, in the dance. But I think you can get pretty close if you just use your cognitive power. And the more cognitive power you have available to you, the smarter you are, the more capacity you have for empathy. And so I want to show off how smart I am now by putting myself into the shoes of the pro-Palestine crowd. So I feel like one of my gifts is that I can understand pretty much anyone or any group. And I want you to understand that so that you esteem me and you raise my status. Now, I playing a status game by believing that I am optimizing for truth more than alternative sources of discussion on these topics. And so when I optimize for truth, I recognize that it's very possible that most Palestinians wish in their heart of hearts that Jewish Israelis would just disappear. And it wouldn't surprise me if most Jewish Israelis wish that most Palestinians would disappear. Now, of course, publicly advocating for this is a terrible PR tactic, right? It will not serve you. But people feel all sorts of things that they're not going to go public with. Now, I'm reflecting on, I just listened to a new book came out last year on Israel's 1973 Yom Kippur War. And Israel was knocked back in the initial days of that war, and then they came back strong, and then they were able to achieve a lasting peace with Egypt. And it's possible that Egypt was only willing to make peace with Israel after it pulled off an audacious attack on Israel on Yom Kippur 1973 and regained some pride. Right? Perhaps Palestinians now are more open to peace because they've restored their own pride through a devastating attack on Israel on October 7, 2023. So the position of the observer is a key part of this data. And I recognize from a 10,000-foot level, it's obvious that Americans like the Japanese or the Chinese or the Indonesians, right, everybody cares primarily about their own people, their own country. But what if there was a restoration of Palestinian and Muslim pride from these attacks that now produces an opportunity for peace and a deal that was not there before? So instead of just condemning these pro-Palestine rallies as orgies of Jew hatred, instead of asking primarily what are these people rallying against, let's think about what they're rallying for. So there's a lot of rhetoric and imagery that is hateful towards Jews and towards Israel. But let's think about the experience of much of the Arab and Muslim world, and for Palestinians and their descendants, right? They may very well look at the Israel-Palestine story as a long, unbroken chain of defeats from 1948, 67, 73, Oslo, the blockade, normalization deals, tech disparities, global prestige gaps. Think about how unbearable it would be for a group that, say, lives in peace with its neighbor and then is dramatically outcompeted by that neighbor, right? The shame might be absolutely unbearable. So from this pro-Palestine perspective, October 7 and the demonstrations that followed represent a cathartic inversion of their normal emotional script, right? This is an opportunity for a people that has known nothing but loss to feel victorious, to feel righteous, to feel seen and acknowledged. So for them and for the people at these rallies, maybe it's not primarily about geopolitical realism. Maybe it's primarily about psychic relief. If your people's historical narrative is primarily one of humiliation and powerlessness, right? The sudden image of your enemy feeling afraid, of your enemy feeling shaken, maybe that activates something primal. Maybe it reclaims agency. Maybe these rallies become a stage for vicarious belonging and in-group identity formation. Right? For many young Western activists who feel disaffected, secular, rootless, right? Palestine offers a narrative, a story of resistance, of the oppressed rising up against the powerful. Maybe it's a highly appealing, ready-made morality play in which they can vicariously play the role of the righteous witness. Right? Their identification with Palestine isn't about the Middle East per se. It's about giving shape and expression to their own sense of dispossession and alienation. It is painful to live as a minority. And so when you see an oppressed group that you can identify with rising up against its oppressor, right, that might feel good. So from the outside, these pro-Palestine rallies look like an orgy of hatred, but they can also be understood as an ecstatic expression of reversal, right, of a people long cast as history's losers, briefly imagining themselves as history's avengers, right? Maybe these pro-Palestine demonstrations are less about policy than about psychic theater, right? Maybe after decades of humiliation, the defeated finally feel for a moment like winners.
Between being America first and being pro-Israel. He's very proud of his sort of pro-Israel bona fides. There is an emerging split among right-wing influencers on this question. Where do you fall on this? Do you feel that there's a conflict between being America first and being pro-Israel? And is the future GOP a pro-Israel party?
Let me give you a definition. By the way, I think the most important thing that he said to Netanyahu, because let's be blunt, Ron Dermer, Ambassador Dermer, who is a great guy and I know quite well, I think very highly of him. Him and Bibi at the end were not in the room, not in the deal. They really weren't looking for input from it, and that should be the Israeli people and the Jewish people in the United States to really embrace that. What happened at the end of this deal to make it happen? You know, Dermer went to the resort, the Red Sea resort, but really wasn't a big part of the final negotiations. Bibi was not part of the final negotiations. The president told Bibi he can't take on the world. And what he meant by that is that we're not going to be dragged into this as you take on the world. There's a huge difference between being America first and pro-Israel and being Israel first. And I have been I have a long history of being very pro-Israel, and particularly being a non-two-state solution, Israel's historic claim to Judea, Samaria, and other aspects of it. But what happened here is you had the commentators and the folks who I call Israel first, that put Israel, and particularly Netanyahu, not really Israel, put Netanyahu's political situation at the forefront. And I think this came to a head over the Persian, or I say the Iranian situation, which we now know from the Times of Israel and detailed analysis of the war cabinet meetings. It was 2 years before they got a bomb. This is coming from the war cabinet as they made a decision on that night. And we kept saying that this was all a sense of urgency that didn't need to be there. I think you start to see a split right there between the America first and what I call the Israel first. And I would tell my Jewish friends, and I would tell people in Israel, I said, under 35 years old, you almost have no support right now, zero support. And a big, huge part of that is, as you know, Batya, you and I have talked about it, this progressive takeover of the universities, which is not anti-Semitic, it is Jew hatred, right? And make it very difficult for Jewish people here in the United States. So we have a massive problem. I gave a speech at NACCON.
People are so much more comfortable talking about support for Israel in terms of generations, right, in the age of people, rather than in the racial and religious and ethnic reality of different perspectives on Israel. Also, if you hold something sacred, you essentialize it. So if you're Jewish, you're Zionist, you're very likely to see anything anti-Jewish as an essential representation of some irrational bigotry and hatred. When you look at things analytically, you see that most everything that goes on with people is contingent, right? That it depends on a particular situation, that there is not, say, an essential characteristic of opposition to Jews or skepticism of Jews. It's not an essential characteristic to Jews or to Christians or to Muslims or gays or blacks or Mexican Americans, that these groups will operate differently in different circumstances, because frequently the situation is much more powerful than any internal essential characteristic. I lived for 18 months in England when my father was getting his second PhD, so from age 4.5 to age 6. Then we traveled through Europe for 3 months. I've spent about 12, 13 years of my life in Australia. And in England, in Australia, and in Europe, if you identify as a Christian, you are outside the mainstream, and your behavior and your attitudes is likely to be significantly different than that of the secular majority. In the United States, Christianity has been dominant probably until the 1990s, but it is a very different type of Christianity, is much lower in intensity than what I was used to as a high intensity Seventh-day Adventist Christian. And my father would often say that in the United States, Christianity is a mile wide and an inch deep. So in Australia, in Europe, if I notice that someone identifies as a Christian, I have good rational reason for understanding that their behavior and attitude is going to be substantially different from the majority. In the United States, if someone identifies as a Christian, it tells me nothing. It tells me nothing. They're no more likely to be in any particular direction. So a lot of conversations among my Orthodox Jewish friends about why MAGA and the American right are turning against Israel. Let's reframe that conversation to what is MAGA and what is the American right turning towards? Right, I put this into ChatGPT. So MAGA is turning towards a more in-group identity, a more nationalist identity, a civilizational and anti-globalist populist framework that sees foreign entanglements and elites and elite-driven institutions, right, particularly foreign entanglements driven by elite-articulated moral and historical obligations, as liabilities rather than expressions of virtue. And that's not some bizarre move that's entirely divorced from reality. So what is MAGA turning towards, right? It's turning towards America over alliance loyalty, right? Israel used to be seen by Republicans as a proxy for Western strength and moral clarity. Now, America's populist right sees it as a client state, draining U.S. resources, dragging America into endless conflicts, and shaping American policy through lobbying and elite networks. So America First has replaced the West versus evil as the core narrative on the American right. MAGA focuses on civilizational identity at home, not abroad. So instead of looking to project moral power around the world, the MAGA focus is inward, on defending Western civilization domestically through building up strong borders, by changing the culture, by returning to religion and traditional ways, by shoring up demographics. So support for Israel was once symbolized as Judeo-Christian solidarity. Now it is increasingly seen as a distraction from America's own survival. MAGA populism has a distrust of global institutions and cosmopolitan elites, right? The MAGA right views America's foreign policy establishment and neoconservatives and large donor networks, many of which are quite pro-Israel, as part of this globalist system that offshores jobs and dilutes American sovereignty. So turning away from Israel is a turning towards autonomy from these globalist elite forces. We have increasing sympathy for multipolar realism, right? MAGA is more sympathetic towards a realist and somewhat isolationist foreign policy, accepting that there are spheres of influence, that Russia has its sphere and China has its sphere, MAGA is opposed to democracy promotion, endless wars, which were a disaster in Afghanistan and Iraq. MAGA prefers transactional diplomacy with powers like Russia, Hungary, and China. So America first becomes America as one strong power among many strong powers. We have a cultural realignment. So social media populism rewards transgression against sacred cows. For decades, unquestioning support for Israel was a Republican piety. So now attacking this Republican piety signals that you are MAGA and you are independent from the old guard. So MAGA's cultural gravity has shifted toward online nationalist and Christian communities that frame the Middle East not in biblical and moral terms, but in anti-imperial, ethno-national, and quasi-traditional ones. So it's not just that the right is turning against Israel, right? The American right is turning towards an inward-looking, America-centric, and post-imperial vision of the West.
And in that speech at NatCon, I said, look, if you love Israel, if you support Israel and you support the Jewish people, the problem that we have right now is not in Tehran. The problem you have right now is in the streets of New York, where you have Zorhan, who is a neo-Marxist jihadist with all types of money through his parents. We have no idea where this money's coming from. It's going to be, he's Sadiq Khan on testosterone. And to prove that, what happened on October 7th in the streets of New York, which the mainstream media has not reported, but Ronen did, there was a orgy of hatred against Israel and the Jewish people that took place all the evening of October 7th on the second anniversary of the horrific attack. And you saw, I tell you, you saw what New York City is going to turn into. And so if people love Israel, if you support the Jewish people, people are to start getting focused on what the problem is. The problem is.
So there's increasing conversation in my Orthodox Jewish circles about Tucker Carlson, right? Why is he turned against the Jews? So let's reframe that. All right, let's just talk descriptively, not prescriptively, not normatively, not in terms of right and wrong and eternal essences, but let's just describe what Tucker is turning towards, right? So in this perspective, Tucker isn't turning against Jews so much as he's turning toward a different type of Christianity, a different moral and political center of gravity, one that is different from the post-1945 liberal order in which Jewish experience and the Holocaust and Jewish and Israeli moral authority were central. So Tucker is turning towards a post-Cold War, post-liberal worldview built around the collapse of elite legitimacy and the search for a rooted order based on porous identity. So he's moving from moral universalism to civilizational particularism, right? So you can understand Tucker's move not so much as against Jews as against universalism. He's rejecting the idea that America has a mission to export morality and to export democracy and to be a global steward of various essential moral values. Instead, Tucker is turning towards the idea that every civilization should preserve its own traditions, religion, and hierarchy. Tucker is moving from the buffered, enlightened liberal identity to the porous pre-liberal identity. He's turning towards a vision that treats liberal democracy, free markets, intellectual abstractions, individual autonomy as corrosive of family, nation, and meaning. So his sympathies increasingly lie with traditional regimes, say Orthodox Christian Russia or Viktor Orban's Hungary, traditional regimes that fuse nationalism, religion, and traditional ways of hierarchy. Tucker is moving from American exceptionalism to post-imperial nationalism. So the Reagan era saw America as a shining city on a hill. Tucker sees America as a failing empire that should retreat from global moral crusades and focus on restoring domestic strength. He is turning toward a self-contained nationalism. He sees America as a particular and bounded civilization, not primarily a universal model. He is moving from America as an idea of various types of moral beauty to America as a particular people. He's moving from a neoconservative geopolitical worldview to a populist realism. He is turning towards a world where nations primarily pursue their own interests, their own survival, where power is regional and moral language is frequently used to manipulate. So Tucker is skeptical of America's Ukraine and Israel commitments. He is hostile to elite-driven military interventions justified by soaring moral rhetoric. Tucker is moving from cosmopolitan elites to local moral authority, is turning towards a populist, spiritual, Christian perspective that valorizes the people, the farmers, the preachers, the cops, the parents, what he calls normal people. It's anti-bureaucratic, anti-managerial, and anti-expert. He's moving from the Judeo-Christian worldview to a more explicit Christian identity. He's shifting from the Cold War fusion of Protestant, Catholic, and Jewish moral consensus towards a more sectarian and mystical Christianity. The unity that he now seeks is not interfaith Judeo-Christian civilization, but Christian national coherence. So he's turning towards a sacralized nationalism rooted in traditions and Christianity, nationalism that rejects global liberalism and managerial conservatism for a politics of rootedness, hierarchy, and moral re-enchantment against the flattening forces of modernity. So Israel has enjoyed a strong position in American life for the past 70 years. And there have been many wonderful results for Jews in Israel from that and for America, but there are also some downsides to this success that are now not so good for Jews and for Israel. All right? Israel's extraordinary success in America and in the American political system, in the American imagination, has come with hidden costs that are only now showing up as significant liabilities. One, the over-identification and dependence on U.S. power. Right? Israel's alignment with America has made it an extension of Washington's moral and military project. As this world global project loses legitimacy from Iraq to Ukraine to the culture wars, Israel must inherit that backlash. Its fate got tied to America's imperial image, and so as America turns inward, the Israeli halo dims. Israel depended on a bipartisan consensus that the elites in both parties, all right, were pro-Israel, that the think tanks and the churches, all right, were all pro-Israel. And this systemic infrastructure insulated Israel from normal political debate. Right? America does not have a normal relationship with Israel. There is no precedent for America's close relationship with Israel. Now you have populists on both the right and the left rejecting this elite world. So what once was insulation from reality now looks like entanglement with a distrusted and losing status establishment of elites. You have growing fatigue with the idea of America's moral exceptionalism or Israel's moral exceptionalism. Right? Israel is composed of people who have good qualities and bad qualities that would demonstrate themselves differently in different situations. Right? The story of Israel is this shining beacon of moral democracy surrounded by hateful, barbaric enemies resonated when America believed in its own exceptionalism. As Americans grow more cynical about their own myths, they're less moved by the myths of others. So Israel's claim to moral exemption from scrutiny now reads as special pleading to a generation raised on growing levels of skepticism and moral relativism.
It's London is coming to New York City. And after November 4th, when Zorhan wins, we're going to have hell to pay. It's going to be a inflection point in American history.
We have much more to talk about. We have to take a short break, but we will be right back after.
Boy, I didn't stay on top of my links there. To the extent that I thought about Israel in my first 20 years, I thought about Israel as the plucky underdog. And this image is now being inverted. Right? Israel is now the regional superpower. It has nukes, it has high-tech surveillance, it has massive American funding. So in a populist era, being powerful and globally networked makes you a target. So the emotional script that once protected Israel's David versus Goliath, has flipped. Israel is suffering because of its association with cosmopolitan elites. Many of Israel's most ardent and effective American defenders operate in elite media, elite finance, and in various elite political and industrial circles. Right? Israel's brand has become tied to the very elite networks that populists despise. So Israel's success at elite integration and coordination now feels conspiratorial, and there is a growing class resentment from below. Israel is suffering from complacency born of dominance. Right? The certainty of unconditional U.S. support has made Israeli leaders less effective, less adaptive diplomatically and morally. Now, as that American support arose, Israel lacks the practice of persuasion. It's forgotten how to make its case to skeptical publics because it has relied on elites so much. Jews have rarely been popular. And so Jews have tended to try to protect themselves by making deals with elites. And Israel is suffering from the end of sacred status. For half a century, Israel was largely untouchable in American discourse. Here's proof that there's no mainstream pundit who was anti-Israel and was employed by a major American news media organization until the last few years. So for 70 years, being anti-Israel rendered you unemployable as a pundit employed by a major news organization. So in a culture that now delights in iconoclasm, right, Israel's sacred status is a provocation. So when something becomes sacred, people don't tend to look at it rationally, and its eventual desecration is inevitable. So Israel has been brilliantly successful in weaving itself into the fabric of American power, morality, and identity, and that has worked brilliantly for 60 years. But as that order fragments, Israel now finds itself exposed, over-leveraged, and vulnerable, and may not have an effective plan for an America that retreats from the global stage. Okay, let us cleanse our souls with some emotional 12 steps sobriety here from Herb Kagan.
But when you get down to it, it's the heart of the matter to connect to what we did in the third step, and that is to turn our will and our life over to the care of reality with a capital R. And there's a flow there. You talk about, and I love the phrase, I use it all the time, organismic life force, that acorn to oak tree metaphor that it's actually a deep, profound, mystical insight if we translate it into the totality of reality. And Bill comes from that experience, and I believe that was his experience that just permeated his consciousness right from the get-go.
How do you know you're living in reality if you're going through life without numerous experiences of humiliation, right? We get humiliated when we have an exaggerated sense of our own expertise and importance.
Even perhaps without his actually being aware of it and or able to talk about it in any sophisticated language. But when you have the insight of that and then you read his work, it's clearly he comes from the experience that there is a flow to reality. And that's where this chapter talked about the key to partnership. The partnership in relationship to life, a partnership in relation.
So most talk about emotional sobriety says that we need to generate increasing autonomy for our lives. So 12-step work has this interesting component that strengthens buffered identity and also leads one to porous identity. So when you acknowledge that your own way has not worked in step one, that is a recognition of the limits of buffered identity, where you get to decide your own strategic path through life, where meaning and morality is something that you can choose with your own cognitive powers. And step two is the recognition of the need for a higher power, which is porous identity, that meaning and morality comes from outside of you, and it's something that you should open yourself up to. Step three, you make a decision to turn your will and your life over to the power of God, right? This is the building of porous identity, recognizing the power of God to help you accomplish things that you can't accomplish on your own.
Relationship to ourselves, a partnership in relationship to other people. And the word I use for that commitment, that decision to action in step three, is alignment. Not in the big book, the word, but it just captures. I'm in alignment because I understand there are principles of reality as it evolves and manifests. And as long as I find those or attempt to find those and place myself or attempt to place myself in alignment with those principles, there's a flow. It's eerie. It's really eerie to experience the flow as I'm looking back over my shoulder or actually conscious of it on a daily basis. And there's the trust. And you ended your conversation with a comment about humility. The humility, and one of the Google comments was humility and awe and gratitude. And those are the kinds of things that just keep us right-sized and in the flow, and accepting the fact that we do make mistakes. That step 10 course correction kind of thing. I'm going to stop there, but a very profound chapter in this conversation. And so
it's almost like all of his understanding of emotional sobriety bubbled up in this chapter, right? It really did, because it's the one he talks the most about, emotional sobriety.
Right. Well, and keep in mind, he wrote the 12 and 12 in 1953. So that was his evolution of his consciousness at that time, about 20 years sober. And that's where he then wrote that letter that, of course, the work that we do is based on.
Yeah, so much.
So
Mr. Rutledge.
Bill, right?
Bill I appreciate what both of you guys have said, and it's like the
right. Just needed to reset my soul. I'm tantalized by the challenge of talking about uncomfortable topics. Right? There's probably nothing makes me more comfortable than the exhilaration and the challenge of talking about these uncomfortable topics. But in that exhilaration and feeling great, right, I can get out of touch with reality and humiliate myself. You don't want to be dead right. So a friend of mine was about to cross the road the other day, and he looked to his left, and there was a car speeding. And the car was not going to stop for the red light, and the car just blazed through the red light at 60 miles an hour. So my friend did not insist on being dead right. He had the walk sign, right? He had the right to cross the street, but you don't want to be dead right. There was an embarrassing time when I was listening to music and feeling really happy, and I just drove through at about 70 miles an hour at a red light. And luckily, the traffic that had the right to turn in front of me did not do so. So you can be absolutely right, but then if you insist on your right, it's not going to be a very effective strategy. So I've been reading an interesting book. It's called The Myth of Left and Right: How the Political Spectrum Misleads and Harms America. And so it's written by two Mormons who believe in the Mormon religion. So they believe in essential Mormonism, that there are essential sacred characteristics of their religion. So they're rooted in one thing, but then they see everything around them in political terms as contingent. So when you see something as sacred, you will be unable to examine it realistically and to recognize that much of what you see as essential in your sacred conception is really contingent and situational. So in this new book, we challenge the static essentialist conception of political ideology, which they say currently dominates public and academic discourse alike. So I disagree with them there. I think that elites understand the contingent nature of political ideology. Instead, we propose a social conception in which the political spectrum and the ideological terms associated with it, left, right, liberal, progressive, conservative, reactionary, are socially constructed, historically contingent, context-dependent, and constantly in flux. Well, everything that groups of people create, every form of culture and political and religious expression is socially constructed, historically contingent, context-dependent, constantly in flux, but that doesn't mean that there's not some useful truth that is operating there. So the authors say America has two dominant ideological tribes. There's no essence uniting all of the positions of each side. Well, people do not choose their politics primarily on the basis of philosophy. That strikes me as a naive and false claim. Our two political teams have coalesced around the concepts of left and right, but the concepts themselves are fictions. So just because something is socially constructed, historically contingent, context-dependent, and constantly in flux does not mean it is a fiction. Right? Concepts are situational. In a certain situation, they can be more or less useful. So you can take the logic of this passage, rejecting essentialist views and embracing contingency and the social, historical, and contextual situational nature of reality, and you can apply this to every human category that pretends to have a fixed essence. You can apply this to religion, to race, to ethnicity, to gender, to sexual orientation, class, and economic identity, to national and political boundaries, to professional and institutional roles, to culture and civilization, personality and psychological types, to morality and values. So this approach, this framework, dismantles any human category that claims to express some kind of inner timeless essence. It applies anywhere we confuse a temporary social consensus for a natural law. Right? Politics, religion, culture, identity, morality, nothing escapes this critique. And the way that we operate as people is that we do see essentials where they don't exist, because that's just how we're wired. We are not wired by evolution to seek abstract global truths, right? We are wired to reproduce and to get more of the things that we like and less of the things that we don't like. So here's one of the authors talking to the economists Brian Caplan and Robin Hanson.
We don't have violence in the street.
So this is a book written by two brothers. One is a historian of ideology, and the other is an economist.
Right now, because people are Jets fans versus Giants fans. But we do have violence in the streets because of our ideological tribalism. We do have people showing up at Nancy Pelosi's house and Brett Kavanaugh's house with ideas about murdering them because.
Well, I don't think these are people primarily driven by ideologies. I think people are primarily driven by their tribal connection.
They have convinced themselves that they are on the correct side of a unidimensional political spectrum. They are correct about every issue position because their philosophy makes them correct about every issue position. And this other person on the other side of the political spectrum is wrong about everything and is taking this country down the tubes because they are not just wrong on a few things. They disagree on more things than they agree with the other party. No, they're wrong about everything. They are a threat to the republic. We have to murder these people, or we have to storm the Capitol building to stop the peaceful transition of power. We are at a breaking point in our politics because of this diluted ideological tribalism.
All right. And if I could just chime in, sorry, Brian, can I just say one more thing really quick? Excuse me, because you say, Robin, and it's a great point. It's a great question about, the pervasiveness of tribalism. However, this element of tribalism has been on the increase. So when it comes to, aren't people going to idealize their political tribes? We did it much less in the past.
Another way of understanding tribalism is increased in-group identity. And why is there more tribalism now in America? One, there are more tribes. There have been significant demographic changes. And there are many advantages to a tribalistic worldview that were not present in a different America. So the Northern European Protestant outlook that there's one morality and there's a global morality and you don't treat people differently simply because they're members of our group, that is a unique, historically contingent creation of a certain set of persons in certain situations, and it is not a winning universal formula. Most people have dual morality. They treat outgroups very differently and according to a much more relaxed moral standard than they treat members of an in-group, because usually that is a more adaptive way to go. But in Northern Europe, the development of culture and politics there instead created something unusual, this global, unified, universal moral framework that simply not as adaptive in a more pluralistic America, where people are getting many advantages from working with a group strategy and with a dual morality. So usually a group strategy will outcompete the individualist strategy that was so dominant among Northern Europeans. So more tribes, more tribalism. Or as people taste the benefits of increased in-group identity, they will, accompanying that, they'll have more negative feelings about outgroups. And there are many, many wonderful things that come with increased in-group identity, but there are also some rather nasty things that come with it.
Past, the data shows that people didn't think nearly as much in terms of left wing and right wing in the past. In fact, before 1919, they didn't think in those terms at all. So somebody like Abraham Lincoln said there's slavery and there's tariffs and there's two different issues, and they're both Republican things. But somebody can be with me on the slave issue and not with me on the tariff issue because they're not philosophically connected. So we were less tribal about politics and ideology in the past. So we're not asking for something impossible, and we know it's not impossible because America used to be less ideologically tribal.
Right, but what's more evolutionarily adaptive? Right, most people will have a better chance of passing on their genes if they adopt a more tribalistic dual morality as opposed to an individualist strategy with a universal morality perspective. So I don't think our tribal outlook is driven by the ideologies of intellectuals. I think it's driven by evolution. So these authors are in part an exercise in an academic cliche, right? They're saying common people think that X means something essential and eternal and objective, but really X is its meaning is contingent and it is socially constructed. So you could just as well turn this argument on the book. People think that a book like The Myth of Left and Right means something static and essentialist, but the true meaning of this book is socially constructed. It's historically contingent. It's context dependent. Its true meaning is constantly in flux. There is no essential meaning to this book and to its words. What is referred to as the commonly constructed objective meaning of this book is a convenient fiction serving the interests of the powerful patriarchy that then uses that power to oppress the vulnerable, right? So this is the reflexive absurdity of this particular academic pattern, right? That everything is socially constructed move, right, becomes self-consuming once applied to itself. So many things are socially constructed, but biology and genetics plays a role as well, right? The idea begins as a corrective to lazy essentialism, which has value, but when you universalize this academic critique, it just dissolves meaning altogether, right? If every concept, every category, every text is just contingent, historically situated, and power-laden, then that critique itself is contingent, situated, and power-laden, right? Then it stops being an analysis and it becomes a faith statement and theology. So the social construction move is an academic reflex. It's a cliche. It's an easy rhetorical posture that sounds profound because it deconstructs without rebuilding. It begins as a methodological insight by people like Foucault that meaning is made, not discovered, but then it metastasizes into a ritual formula. People think X is natural, but X is socially constructed. And you just repeat this template indefinitely. Gender, race, law, science, truth, even objectivity itself. At its worst, this is intellectual laundering. You just assert anything if you frame it as problematizing the taken for granted. Right? It's a way to get status in a particular academic and intellectual elite world. There is self-referential collapse. Right? The same reasoning will undo the critique itself. So if the myth of left and right is a text whose meaning is context dependent, then any interpretation, academic or otherwise, is just another social construction that has no necessary relation to an essential truth. So the claim that there is no essence becomes its own essence. The essence of all things is that they have no essence. Once everything is contingent, the concept of contingency loses force. So the serious post-structuralists acknowledge this infinite regress. Now, later, lazier academic culture just performs it without irony.
All right, Lewis Brothers. So for what belief systems, if any, is essentialism?
So this is economist Brian Caplan on the right, and on the left, and then on the right here of your screen, we have economist Robin Hanson.
True. So like Aristotelianism, Kantianism, utilitarianism, Marxism, libertarianism, Mormonism. Like, is essentialism wrong for all of these, or are there some where the essentialist theory is actually correct?
Yeah, so this is one that we've talked about before. I would say that people can be coherent in their philosophical belief systems. The trouble with left-right thinking and using terms like liberal and conservative, or one of the problems with it, is that these terms have public meaning. And these terms are bound up with political parties whose issue positions are constantly changing. So what is a conservative today? It's no more, no less than someone who is a Republican.
Sure. Let's grant that, but still, so what is essentialist? So what are some belief systems that actually do meet your standard of essentialism? It's like Marxism. Is this just a grab bag of a bunch of junk that a guy named Karl Marx thought? Or is there some
No.
or is there some internal logic to it such that it flows out naturally from the premises or something in between? Again, same thing for libertarianism,
No.
Mormonism, or basically like tell me what are the worldviews where essentialism is the correct view of the correct meta theory of the system.
Yeah, well, we'd have to take it one by one, right? But we're both Latter-day Saints, Ronen and I, and we believe that Mormonism is essential, that there are 13 articles of faith, and those haven't evolved. Now you can say, well, hasn't there been evolution in the Mormon tribe? Absolutely, but there are those essential things that haven't changed. You could say the same about Christianity. I would say the same is true of libertarianism. Thus far, libertarianism is a coherent philosophy that believes in freedom from government. And so it is a useful heuristic to use. And so, again, this is a deep philosophical issue that you guys know, right? It's Dewey versus Plato, essentially, or William of Ockham versus Plato. Nominalism versus essentialism.
So it's worth just trying to figure out what things are essential and what things are contingent. The essential parts of Judaism and Christianity and Islam, and what parts are socially constructed at various points in time. Okay, so you can take this same kind of deconstruction onto this book, The Myth of Left and Right. So the authors argue that ideological categories are social fictions. They are a social construction, but they don't push this all the way into nihilism. They still believe in their religion, in truth, in reason, and moral agency. They just think that our current political map in America is faulty. And you can say that their appeal to common sense and to tribes merely reproduces liberal individualism, right? It's another social fiction serving the dominant order. So you can eat this book with its own logic. So what is left when everything is supposedly constructed, right? The mature insight is balanced. Some concepts are contingent. Human beings also experience certain stable patterns: biology, scarcity, fear, moral intuition, love, belief that recur across situations and across history. So the smart move is not to deny either pole, essential or contingent, but to ask which parts of a thing are socially constructed and which parts are essential. So when wielded in a lazy manner, the socially constructed rhetoric is just another academic grift. It ends conversations instead of starting them. Words are metaphors for reality. Categories are metaphors for reality. Words and categories are maps. They are not the territory themselves. And so accurate words and accurate categories help us navigate through life more effectively. So when we make meaning and when we seek truth, right, this is both real and revisable. Some truths are not fixed. So does the far right have no meaning in the US now, right? The authors are believing Mormons. They say far right no longer has any meaning in America. So anytime people hold something sacred, right, they are seeing an unchanging essence. And if you don't look at things through that lens of the sacred, then you see that everything that people develop in their particular culture at a particular time is contingent. So I see these authors and this book as overcorrecting by denying that there is any essential character of the left and the right, and that there's no enduring philosophical content to the left and the right. They're erasing real structural, temperamental, biological differences about hierarchy versus equality, state versus market that have persisted for centuries. The right has consistently defended established hierarchies of class, gender, race, religion, even when its economic or cultural vehicles have changed. This is a reduction to tribe, and it dismisses the moral conviction. All right, this book treats ideology as mere social signaling. That's a powerful lens, but it can't explain why individuals will risk their lives and careers for causes. It ignores institutional and material drivers. Right, there are psychological reasons for our politics, and there are also institutional reasons that sustain polarization, from campaign finance, party primaries, media ecosystems. So if the concept of tribe explains everything in American politics, the role of power and money in institutions gets obscured. The examples chosen in this book are almost entirely contemporary and American, even though they claim to demolish the concept of left and right globally and historically. So they seem to cherry pick to cite psychological priming experiments that don't replicate. They replace the power of ideology with tribe and group affiliation. But they don't offer a coherent framework for what drives these groups. So does far right in America mean anything? So the authors say no. Right? The right is not just a worldview. It's about belonging to one side of a binary coalition. Right? Far rights simply mean a more intense loyalty to that coalition, that tribe. So far right does have identifiable patterns. It means more intense nationalism, more intense authoritarianism, more intense ethnic hierarchy. Right? There is more intense moral coherence. Extreme right movements tend to share certain basic moral intuitions about purity, order, dominance, and the power and meaning of a nation. Across countries, far-right groups consistently cluster on similar attitudes towards immigration, authority, and sexual norms. The term retains predictive value. Right? Much of the power and value of words comes from their predictive value. So the book says far-right is meaningless. Right? There are times and situations when it's still empirically useful. Right? The authors here are believing Latter-day Saints. They see political truth and ideology as socially embedded and situational and contingent, right? But their faith is not like that. So you strip ideology of its sacred essence, and they're not saying nothing is sacred. They're saying that American politics should not be sacred. So for them, the sacred belongs to their religion, to their faith, not to political ideology. And so they see the tribal turn of American politics as a symptom of secular people seeking transcendence in the political realm. So there are many hits in this book, right? They expose how people adopt political identities first and then justify them later. This book demonstrates how left and right often mutate historically and are frequently used as marketing brands, and it provides a needed corrective to essentialist talk about eternal liberal versus conservative essences. So they rightly dismantle the simple left-right map, but often replace it with a model too flat to capture belief, power, and morality. Right? Terms like far right still have situational meaning that is empirical, moral, and historical, even if the meaning isn't completely exact.
If you're Dewey, you say, well, there are no essences. There's none. There's just useful and less useful. We are not going to wade into that debate between, because this is ongoing. It's eternal. Dewey versus Plato, this whole thing. We're not going to solve that in our book, of course. But regardless of which position you take, whether you're a Deweyite who believes there's no essences, there's simply concepts and words are instruments and tools, well, then what you're going to do is you're going to look for more useful instruments or tools. Or if you're Plato, you think, no, underneath these words is an essence, that the word dog refers to an eternal essence that exists in the realm of forms. Right? I mean, there's two different perspectives, but regardless of which perspective, essentialism fails because the idea, the political spectrum is not.
Right. So from their perspective, essentialism fails because it's not 100% true in all circumstances. But essentialism sometimes is a useful metaphor for reality. There are essential biological differences between male and female, even if there are some very rare cases where these differences are not as clear.
But you're saying it doesn't always fail. So you say for Mormonism, that actually the essentialism is the right meta theory of Mormonism. It's what it is. You can disagree with Mormonism, but you should still agree that it's a coherent body of thought. Is that
true? True. But my point is that even if there are no such things as essences, we're still right to critique the political spectrum because it's nice.
So American political conversations were not using terms like left and right dominantly until the rise of the communists in Russia and the development of the Soviet Union. That's when you had American journalists for the first time using left and right, initially when reporting on Russia and European socialism. Then American Marxist writers like Lincoln Steffens and John Reed in 1919 start applying these labels to American socialist factions. And then you have progressive Republicans like Robert La Follette in the early 1920s who used left versus right within the major parties. And by 1925, journalists and academics are routinely describing American politics through this same lens. And you didn't have that in 1915. And this left-right map of American politics has become increasingly dominant since 1950s. It's become the master map of American politics. And is it useful today? Barely. Right? It still tracks partisan identity and tribalism, but it tends to fail to accurately describe what people believe. On economics, foreign policy, and culture, the alignments are constantly shuffling. You can't explain someone who's socially conservative but anti-war or fiscally conservative but pro-choice with this kind of one-dimensional spectrum. So the left-right frame does encourage moral tribalism. Everything becomes our side versus their side, not issue-by-issue reasoning. There are frequently superior frameworks, left and right. So it all comes down to how useful a word or a category is. So the author's right. While most people acknowledge that politics has become increasingly tribal, they generally assume that there must be some bedrock philosophy or value that each tribe rallies around. That's ridiculous. Who on earth thinks that tribes build on philosophy? That's absurd, right? People are not primarily driven by philosophy.
It's not useful. So Dewey said, well, we use tools that are useful. There's no essence behind anything, but some concepts are useful concepts. And so we point out that the political spectrum fails even on a nominalist perspective, even if we reject all essences and just look for useful concepts.
So nominalism means that words describe some essential characteristic. So clearly, most people do not think that tribes are based on philosophy, right? People understand that tribes form first, and then they rationalize what they already feel, right? This is basic social psychology. So when the authors write, as if Americans mistakenly believe the left and right are rooted in coherent worldviews, they are not describing how Americans experience politics. They're describing how a tiny number of academics and pundits pretend to. Right? The idea that tribes are based on philosophy gets traction only in rare circumstances, such as in elite rhetoric and textbooks on civics and think tanks, and it is part of the self-deception among partisans. Ordinary people do not think this way, right? We tend to choose sides based on our family, our upbringing, our genetics, our region, our religion, our resentment, our social class, our habit, not because they derive from the philosophy of John Locke or Karl Marx. Right? Political identity is social, it is tribal, but it is not primarily philosophical. So these authors are attacking and correcting an imaginary opponent. Right? No sane observer thinks that tribes build on philosophy. Tribes build on connection and family, and then their elite members build philosophies afterwards to make the tribe sound awesome.
To grab onto the political spectrum it's neither true nor useful, I guess is a simple way to put it.
So on page 24, 25, you guys say that in the 30s and 40s, U.S. national politics was mainly one issue, and that the one-dimensional description was accurate then. So in that case, there was an essence. Are you going to still make the claim that it was a useless essence? There was no point to it? Or is it only useless when there isn't an essence?
I remember when I was taking economics, microeconomics from Professor Russell Roberts, who now does the Econ Talk blog, and he's the head of a small liberal arts college in Israel. And if a mathematical formula didn't yield an interesting result, he would just ignore it and says, we just need to focus on that which is useful. So words and categories are more or less useful. They are metaphors for reality. And the authors of this book say that terms are useful in as much as they are predictive. And that is a key part of the use of terminology. But to me, words are useful in as much as they mirror a commonly understood reality, and the use of these words then allow people to more effectively navigate life than alternatives, right? So the authors here are working from a behavioral science angle. They judge words, they judge categories by whether they predict things. But I see words and categories and terms not so much overwhelmingly just in terms of prediction, but in representation. Are these terms useful? Do they mirror a shared recognizable reality? So my father, when he would teach and he'd encounter the idea that we don't really exist, he'd say, well, if you don't really exist, can I punch you? So predictive language is often misleading if it maps correlation without meaning. Right? For me, the primary purpose of words is mutual intelligibility, right? A word earns its keep when it lets people grasp a piece of the word together than clearly available alternatives. So for the authors here, the test is instrumental. Does it forecast accurately? My test is epistemic. Does it clarify our common experience? And so if we want to make politics less delusional, I think my mirror test is the better compass. So let's take the authors at their word. I'd say that in America, the left prefers less severe punishment for violent criminals than the right. The right prefers more severe punishment than the left wants to mete out. The left is more interested in rehabilitation for murderers and those who commit violent crime. The right is more nationalist, more ethnocentric, more racialist, more suspicious of foreigners. The left is more likely to be globalist and open to strangers. The right is more likely than the left to understand many divides and hierarchies as rooted in biology and genetics. And the right is more likely to see Jewish, Christian, Muslim, racial, and ethnic identities as reflecting something essential. So the authors of this book say, there's just no essence to any of these political ideologies. But there are predictive powers of the left-right divide, right? People on the right consistently favor harsher punishments, longer sentences, execution, right? Left-wing voters favor rehabilitation, systemic reform, and mercy for violent criminals. The right tends to be nationalist, rooted, suspicious of outsiders, and racist. The left tends towards internationalism, openness to strangers, and empathy beyond borders. The right believes in concentric circles of loyalty, first to yourself, to your family, to your relatives, and to your friends and your community. The left believes in leapfrogging loyalties, where your first loyalty might be to yourself, and your next most important loyalty might be to oppressed lesbians in Zambia. The right affirms biological and metaphysical hierarchies, sex differences, religious truth claims, human nature, tribe. The left leans toward social construction, pluralism, and relativism. Right? These are not just contingent tribal slogans, they are rival metaphysical stances about who we are as human beings, whether truth is always fixed or negotiated. So the authors of this book are right that left and right change meaning over time and are partly social fictions, but they understate how political tribes keep reforming around the same underlying sensibilities of authority versus liberation, loyalty versus universality, hierarchy versus equality, essence versus construction. So this is why you see left and right analogies appearing everywhere from ancient Athens to modern Japan. The costumes change, but the fault line runs through the human animal.
Berlin, do you want to jump in? Oh, okay. Sorry to dominate the conversation here.
No.
Yes. So I would say there was an essence. I mean, I'm a philosophical essentialist. So I would say there is such a thing as more government and less government. That's real and it's useful. And FDR was increasing the size of government. That was real. So if we're modeling that one issue on a spectrum and saying more government versus less government, FDR wants more, Taft wants less, I'm on board with that. I'm okay with using a spectrum to describe more versus less. For the same reason, I'm okay using a spectrum to describe, say, hot versus cold, or more money in my bank account versus less money in my bank account. These are real essential things. So back then it was useful because it was true.
So all right-wing political ideologies depend upon a skeptical view of human nature. Left-wing political ideologies have a much more optimistic view of human nature. Right? The right sees human identity as porous, that morality and meaning primarily exist outside of ourselves, and our primary responsibility is to do our duty to these external standards. The modern left sees human identity as buffered, and that we can just choose right and wrong and select a strategic autonomous path from within our own cognitive processing power. So the deepest layer of the left-right divide is not on policy, and it's not even on tribe, it's on anthropology, what kind of creatures we are and how stable our boundaries are. So the right wing is pessimistic about human nature. People are fallen, in Christian terminology, self-interested, prone to chaos, and we need order, tradition, and hierarchy to protect us against that chaos, and freedom without restraint and order and hierarchy decays into anarchy and tyranny. So this breeds a certain realistic perspective on evil, crime, and conflict. It underwrites right-wing skepticism towards utopian projects against revolution, perfect equality, or total inclusion. The right does not expect human beings to behave well without guardrails and punishment, so it prizes institutions that tame us: family, nation, religion, law. The left is optimistic about human nature. Right? The traditional right-leaning understanding of the self is that we have a porous identity. We are permeable to God, to spirits, to community, to nature, to our families, and to fate. Meaning flows from the outside in. Identity is received, not invented. The modern secular left-leaning self is buffered, autonomous, inward, self-defining. Boundaries protect authenticity. Meaning is generated from within. So on the right, identity is given: sex, nation, faith, race. Left, identity is chosen: gender, citizenship, belief. This isn't just a political conflict, it's primarily metaphysical. What kind of being a human is. Are they open to the transcendent, or are they sealed in their own self-creation? So these orientations on human identity keep reappearing under new names, not because of tribal contagion or false ideology, but because they express enduring temperamental differences. At work, you are strongly incentivized to operate with a more buffered identity, right? It's not going to fly well usually in the workplace if you say God or spirit, told me to do something. The pessimistic, porous camp expects limits, hierarchy, and concepts of sin. The optimistic, buffered camp expects progress, equality, and self-invention. And every generation rediscovers this split. That is why these political categories survive, even when the surface issues change. Right? So if the authors are right, the left and right are social fictions, they are social fictions that keep recrystallizing around the same anthropological truths.
True. National politics was about one big issue. The issues that are on the table today, affirmative action, nobody was talking about that back. FDR wanted to keep race out of it. He wanted to keep blacks and Southern racists in his coalition. So he kept race and affirmative action, and all that stuff wasn't there. Abortion, it's not debated. If you look back at the history of the 1930s, nobody's talking abortion. That's not a national issue. If it had been, it would have been a left-wing issue as far as I can tell. The same way that if race was an issue, it would have been a left-wing issue. More racism was considered liberal.
Right. So abortion was a political tactic used by the American right to create a winning coalition between people skeptical of liberal sexual license. And it was an effective organizing tactic, but it didn't reflect some enduring essential characteristic of Christianity, that abortion is murder. So the authors of this book write, ideological terms are only predictive across contexts in describing who people support their tribe, not what they support. Philosophy. Single biggest fallacy in politics today is that the political spectrum refers to divergent worldviews, to divergent philosophies, when in reality it refers only to divergent tribe. Who on earth thinks that political differences are primarily about different philosophies? Right? So yes, ideology behaves primarily as a team branding exercise in American politics, much more than a consistent philosophy. Right? Tribal loyalty predicts how people will react to various political issues more than ideology. Still, over time, tribes will cohere around recognizable worldviews. The right prizes order, loyalty, constraint. The left prizes equality, empathy for outsiders, and emancipation. Right? Tribe and philosophy are continually reinforcing each other. It's a feedback loop. Tribes form around genetics, identity, loyalty. Then their intellectual elites supply stories and philosophies to justify the tribe's behavior. That's why we have big brains, to justify our own behavior. One of the most frequent things that my parents would reprove me on was my tendency to invent rationalizations for my bad behavior. So these stories, these narratives shape new forms of morality, new norms, which in turn strengthen tribal identity. I remember I had a political science professor who said in the 1980s, when his wife caught him watching porn, he told her he was just studying social norms. So ordinary voters are tribal, but political elites manufacture ideologies to play a status game. And tribes will often find advantages to adopting different narratives. So the claim that political ideology refers only to divergent tribes goes too far. Right? Left-right labels oversimplify. All words categories oversimplify. They are metaphors for reality. So the authors say, there are many issues in politics, and yet we model politics using a unidimensional spectrum as if there were just one. Right? The left-right spectrum does oversimplify our politics. It is not as useful as to justify how often it is used, but there is some use to it, right? There are many dimensions of politics: economics, social issues, foreign policy, environmental questions, religion, race, education. Each has its own logic, and people will combine their preferences in inconsistent ways. So the early 1900s Republican progressives were moralistic. They were into prohibition and anti-prostitution. They were egalitarian. They wanted rule by experts. The more left-wing you go, the more you have promotion of rule by experts. So communists are more in favor of rule by experts than socialists. Socialists are more in favor of rule by experts than members of the American Democratic Party. Populists tend to be economically left but culturally right. Human opinion is multi-dimensional. It's not one straight line from left to right. The American political system, however, compresses these dimensions. There are really just two parties that matter. So much of the American political flattening is structural. It's not ideological, philosophical, and conceptual. We have winner-take-all elections, the forced coalitions to merge multiple issues into one side. So we have partisan sorting. Comparative politics shows it doesn't have to be this way. You have many multi-party systems in other countries. The U.S. partisan life right now effectively one-dimensional because of structural compression. Human political attitudes are multi-dimensional, and this one-axis model of left versus right hides that richness. So the Lewises are right in theory, but they overly simplify. We do model politics as if there's one axis. That's not primarily a philosophical mistake. It is a byproduct of our situation, of how American institutions, media, and incentives flatten complexity into a binary drama.
Less racism was considered conservative, and so on and so forth. So he kept it about one issue. So it
right. American blacks voted Republican from after the American Civil War ended in 1865 until the 1920s, because the Republicans then were less racist, more open to black advancement, and then that switched in the late 1920s and under Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Now, for the last 100 years, African Americans are primarily voted for the Democrats because that is now primarily in their best interest.
Was useful in the 1930s, but in the late 1940s, then we get this issue of interventionism versus or anti-communism versus kind of the McCarthyite thing was more government intervention, but it was considered right-wing, complicated it more. Then race became an issue in the 1960s. We get abortion coming online in the 70s. So as we added dimensions to politics, we should have thrown out a unidimensional spectrum. It was no longer okay to say, are you on the left or the right? Because there were so many issues. When after
so 20, 30 years ago, my investigative journalism took me onto various pornography sets, and something amazing happened. That which was inconceivable and uncomfortable and repulsive, like the public performance of various sexual acts to make money and to be forever captured by pictures and video, right, seems perfectly normal after about 15 minutes. So the situations that you find yourself in profoundly change you.
FDR was president, it worked. You could use it. But it doesn't work now because there's no longer just one big issue we're debating. Verlin, you want to add to that?
No, I think that's exactly right.
So there are a lot of slick rhetorical moves in this book that I don't respect. So the author's right. Why do we refer to both Milton Friedman, a Jewish pro-capitalist pacifist, and Adolf Hitler, an anti-Semitic, anti-capitalist militarist, as right-wing when they had opposing policy views on every point? Bloody hell, I'm trying to keep my light here. You think I just wake up looking this amazing? This is good lighting. So this type of rhetoric is clever, but it's intellectually slippery, right? It trades on these surface level contradictions while ignoring what right-wing and left-wing is meant in deeper historical and psychological terms. So it's true that right-wing means different things in different eras in different places, right? The term is not consistent. Milton Friedman was a free market liberal, classical liberal, an individualist, and an anti-statist. Hitler was a collectivist, nationalist, racist, anti-capitalist, obsessed with blood and soil. Right? Obviously, they did not share one ideology. So if you define what is right-wing purely by policy, then the term collapses. But politics isn't just about policy. It's about a moral orientation. The shared through line between Milton Friedman and Hitler and Burke and Pinochet and Reagan and Le Pen and Viktor Orban is not in the checklist of policies. It is in a moral structure and anthropology. It is in the belief that order, hierarchy, and tradition are natural and necessary. It is in the conviction that society needs constraints, moral, cultural, ethnic, traditional, to hold it together. There is a shared skepticism toward the enlightened ideal of universal equality and buffered identity. So this is why we call different regimes right-wing, because they cluster around reverence for order, hierarchy, the biological reality of race, in-group loyalty, even when their economics diverge. So Milton Friedman versus Adolf Hitler is a category error. Milton Friedman is a classical liberal. He believed in free markets and freedom. Belief in free markets and individual freedom and individual rights is not right-wing. It will sometimes manifest as right-wing, but it is not a traditional right-wing impulse. Hitler was an authoritarian collectivist. Right? They occupy different quadrants on a two-dimensional map. So Friedman was all about individual autonomy, and Hitler was all about collectivist hierarchy. They were both opposed to egalitarian universalism, which is the deep left-wing impulse, which is why they both end up on the right side of a broad civilizational divide. They're opposite in means. They share a family resemblance in ends, a preference for hierarchy over equality, order over leveling. The word right is not always exact. It's frequently fuzzy, but it is not totally without meaning. It is a cluster term like religion or romanticism. You cannot define it by one trait, but you can recognize the family pattern. So throwing it out entirely because Hitler and Friedman differ is like saying we shouldn't call both Buddhism and Islam religions because one is pacifist and the other isn't. So prior to Trump, post-World War II political talk in the First World focused on resource distribution. So when I started paying close attention to politics around 1978, 1980, right, I noticed that the talk was primarily about redistribution. But that is not the deepest essence of our political differences, because humans have not had resources to distribute for that long, right? Ethnocentrics do not give a fig for individual rights. So this connection between conservatism and freedom, conservative and individual rights, conservatism and free market principles, is a relatively recent, far from a universal development. It is a construct of a particular contingent situation. There's nothing inherently right-wing in support for free markets. There is a tendency on the deepest parts of the right to allow people to keep more of what they have created, built, and protected. So the post-war era from 1945 to 2015 is a very specific anomaly in the history of political orientation. Right? It's a period of unprecedented affluence, industrial production, welfare state expansion, and under these particular contingent conditions, ideological conflict centers on how to divide resources. The surplus, labor versus capital, welfare versus efficiency, redistribution versus growth. And prior to that, politics was not primarily about splitting up and sharing prosperity. It's primarily about security, hierarchy, and cohesion. Who rules, who belongs, who fights, who's protected. That is what politics has primarily meant down through the millennia. So resource politics is new and contingent. Right? Pre-industrial politics revolved around kinship, identity, tribe, faith, clan, race, religion. It revolved around protection from invasion, famine, and plague, and about the legitimacy of rulers and priests. Distributional politics became central only after industrial economics produced a surplus that enabled redistribution. Right? This is a blink. Right? The past 200 years is a blink in human terms. So Trumpism marks a reversion to pre-industrial economic politics. Right? Trump intuitively grasped that identity beats economics, particularly once growth stalls. He reactivated our human need for belonging, threat, and recognition. He re-triggered the importance of identity, who we are, who's taking from us, who deserves protection. This is ethnocentric, it's not libertarian. When people feel insecure, free markets and balanced budgets don't stir them. Loyalty and threat do. Ethnocentrics don't care about free markets and individual rights and free market purity and various abstractions. They care about in-group security and the threat from outgroups. So this Reagan-Thatcher fusion of social conservatism and market libertarianism was a Cold War artifact. It bound cultural authoritarians to capitalists against the communist enemy. Once that communist external threat faded, the coalition's philosophical glue melted.
All right, guys, so let me just put my cards on the table and tell you my big central criticism. All right, and it's this. All right, one of the main themes of your book is the rest of the world's bad because they're doing this binary thinking. Either you're left or you're right. All right, but it seems like you guys are offering us a binary choice between essentialism and the social theory of ideology. So I would say there's a continuum for that too. There's the essentialist pole, there's the social pole, and you can be anywhere in between there. So like my view is that the right position is 15% essentialist, 85% social. So
what's your 15%?
If you put it that way, do we even disagree? Or am I the same as you really? And you're just overstating a bit for effect and maybe we're on the same page already.
All right, politics over redistribution was temporary and contingent. Right? The deeper divide is ethnocentrism, order orientation that sees the world as dangerous, that values cohesion, protection, and authority, versus a globalist, universalist, autonomy-oriented, individualist perspective that wants ruled by experts, that sees people and the world as improvable and values love and inclusion, rights, self-expression. All right, and fights over redistribution were just a modern surface form of this primal tension. Where we are now, we have reverted to traditional politics. It's about identity and moral threat perception, not about rational management of the surplus. Who are we and who must we fear? So the tribal model works better for the 2020s than for the 1980s. Right? The ideological surface has changed. The tribal component of our politics never really did. Right? Support for politics is not particularly right-wing in the same way that suspicion of foreigners and punishing violent criminals is traditionally right-wing. Right? Support for free markets has been strategically bundled with right-wing identity in the US and the UK, but it is not inherently right-wing in the older cross-cultural sense of the term. Right? The pre-industrial right was all about hierarchy, order, throne, auto-inherited privilege. Right? The people who came up with the Enlightenment and classical liberalism and individual rights were not right-wing. If you had to place them on the political spectrum, they were more on the left. Right? Traditional conservatives distrusted free markets because they destabilized hierarchy, class structure, they eroded traditional moral authority, and they rewarded vulgarity. Right? Free markets were the creed of liberals, not conservatives. People like Adam Smith and Mill and Cobden and the Manchester School of Classical Economics. These people were more on the left than the right. They wanted to dismantle aristocratic privilege, not preserve it. So the identification of capitalism with conservatism is a contingent 20th century fusion, mostly Cold War driven, where anti-communism made market advocacy a tribal marker of the right. Right? When you strip away economic ideology, consistent right-wing instincts look like this: respect for authority, punishment, law and order politics, loyalty to the in-group, suspicion of outsiders, nationalism, racism, immigration restriction, acceptance of hierarchy as natural and sacred. Right? These are moral, psychological, human predispositions, not economic theories. Free market ideology does not fit with these right-wing instincts in a neat way. Around the world, the right is frequently anti-market. European far-right parties like Jean-Marie Le Pen's party defend welfare for natives, they restrict trade. Asian nationalists used heavy state intervention to build strengths. American populists favor tariffs and industrial policy. The instinctive right-wing traits of security, hierarchy, in-group protection, and the reality of biological differences line up naturally with law and order and nationalism, not with an abstract faith in the invisible hand of the free market. So the authors say that placing Adolf Hitler and Milton Friedman on the same side of a spectrum as if they shared some fundamental essence is misleading and destructive, shuts down productive discourse, and it stokes irrational prejudice. Look, as soon as you have categories, you have some results that jar. That doesn't mean that categories are always false, destructive, and stoking of irrational prejudices. Right? Both the arrested jaywalker and the arrested murderer are accused criminals. Right? All classification systems will produce anomalies. That's not a flaw in classification. It is just how cognition works. Categories are models. Words are metaphors for reality. Categories are useful distortions that help us compress reality. Right? The map is not the territory, but that doesn't mean a map is useless. You judge a model and a category in a word by whether it clarifies more than it obscures, not by whether it fits every single outlier. Right? The criminal justice system treats the accused jaywalker and the accused murderer both under the category of crime doesn't mean the category crime is destructive or morally confused. Right? Categories are heuristics. They're not essences. Outliers test, but they do not destroy categories. Rejecting categories, terms, and words because they produce tension is not intellectual. It's like saying we shouldn't talk about religion because Buddhism and Islam differ, or because we shouldn't use mammals because bats fly and whales swim. Right? The author's complaint confuses imperfection with invalidity. Categories always jar at the edges. That's how you know that they're doing real work. The mature response is not to abandon them, but to hold them flexibly, clear enough to structure thought, loose enough to accommodate exceptions.
Yeah, I think we would say that, anytime you start talking in terms of unidimensional spectrum, you're assuming that there is some natural connection between things that don't go together, right? So we're saying there really is no connection between your position.
So zero. So the right position
abortion.
is 0% essentialist.
Yeah,
That's our argument.
100% social.
We're open to any evidence that anyone can give us to say, no, actually these things, because there is lots of
So
survey
like,
data.
why
showing
isn't the fact
correlation.
that a party has one view on deregulation of coal and another one on deregulation of oil? That's a tiny piece of evidence that there's a pattern, right? Isn't that it? Like, I mean, how about, I mean, like, even you guys will say, well, look, we've got, you know, economic freedom, we've got, you know, social liberalism. Those are two things. It's like, well, if there can be some coherence among some sub issues, why isn't that enough to move the essentialist dial up from 0 to some positive number?
Well, maybe we're talking past each other. We're not saying that the Republican Party doesn't stand for anything, and the Democratic Party is. We're simply saying
there's no philosophical logic to it. That is, it seems like Vernon's position is, yeah, there's zero logic. And I say there's a little logic. It's not zero. There's a tiny bit of logic, but it's there. And then the rest of it, you're right. So say like 85%, you're right. I've thought this before your book. And I've always been happy to go and make fun of the incoherence of political views and say, yeah, sure, animal rights could easily be a Republican view and pro-life could easily be a Democratic view. But on the other hand, it's not that there's no logic at all. Even that example you're giving of why is it that the free market people from the 30s become anti-communist? Well, you can kind of see why a free market person's going to be anti-communist, can't you? That's like, it's not ironclad Aristotelian logic, but it makes sense that those views cohere, does it not?
It does, but it falsifies the essence, right? So there is a logic to how things evolve. There's no question about that. The same way there's a logic to how things evolve in nature. Our position isn't that people don't have reasons for adopting new things. I understand the reasons for why people...
Right. Why are the authors so overstating their point? Right, because they're making a polemical move. They want to shake people out of a lazy left-right thinking, so they exaggerate their point to make it memorable. Right, just like a cognitive scientist will say there's no such thing as free will to try to get you to rethink your power of intuition, even if he knows that's not true. So they're engaged in a pedagogical provocation, not a neutral description. And the authors claim most educated 21st century Americans accept an essentialist view of the political spectrum. Is this true? No. That is rhetorical framing. It's overstatement. It's not a description of how most educated Americans think. Right? The authors use essentialist to mean believing that the left and right correspond to enduring worldviews, to coherent philosophies or moral essences that transcend time and context. Right? So by that standard, an essentialist believes that there's something inherently egalitarian about the left and something inherently hierarchical about the right, not just a set of temporary tribal alignments. Well, what do educated Americans really believe? They understand that left and right, liberal and conservative, are contingent. They mean different things at different times. They will use left and right as a shorthand, but they understand it as an approximation, not a metaphysical law. So the authors say, while most historical scholarship today is premised on the assumption that race, class, and gender are social constructs, historians who have written about ideology nonetheless assume that left and right are trans-historical essences that remain fixed across time and place. Well, experts in sex and biology recognize that there are very significant male-female biological differences, and people who write about ideology don't assume that it contains trans-historical essences that remain fixed across time and place. Right? This is a caricature. Right? You will find very few serious historians who treat left and right as trans-historical essences. Right? There is a lot of low-class political writing in journalism and popular history that uses left and right uncritically. Critical thinking means to place things in its proper context, understand the assumptions, contingency, and incentives operating in that particular situation. Right? People writing often project today's partisan meaning backward, just like Christians will understand the Hebrew Bible through a Christian perspective that's not there in the actual text. Right? But no thoughtful historian or scholar assumes that left and right are fixed trans-historical essences. So why do these authors overstate? Right? It's a rhetorical move. They want to give their argument an attention-seeking symmetry. It's clever, but they are sacrificing truth. They are not optimizing for truth. Right? Historians understand left and right, contingent labels tied to particular situations and particular coalitions. So I'm curious, do these authors feel any qualms about saying so many things in their book that are plainly not true? Right? I don't think they see it this way. From their perspective, these overstatements are not lies. They're just strategic, attention-seeking exaggerations. And I find that annoying. Right? They are not writing as careful historians. They are writing as provocateurs within a scholarly conversation that has grown lazy. So they're trying to jolt readers into seeing a familiar landscape differently. So they are framing everything in binaries. Everyone believes X, but we show Y. So that's how you sell a thesis-driven academic book, especially one pitched to both university and general readers. So the problem may not be malice, it is the incentive structure of intellectual conversation. Right? Subtle claims don't sell books and make reputations. Right? If they were interested in truth, they'd say many people treat political ideology as more stable than it is, but instead they go for attention-seeking overstatement. Everyone mistakenly assumes ideology has an essence. So their binary framing creates drama and excitement. It defines villains as the essentialists and the heroes are the social constructivists. They think it's defensible as hyperbole. If pressed, they'll say, oh, of course, not everyone believes that. It's the dominant paradigm. So they probably feel no ethical qualms about lying. They see it as just normal rhetorical overreach in service of a corrective argument. But if you optimize for truth, you have to bristle. Right? Their tone of certainty, their sweeping generalizations undermines their own thesis about context and contingency. They are performing the same essentialism they claim to reject, turning most people into a single fixed essence so that they can be the ones to deconstruct it.
Have adopted Trumpism, even though it goes against Reaganism. It's not that there's no logic or reason there. I think maybe we're talking past each other. It's simply there's nothing connecting all these different things. So when I talk about somebody moving to the far right, I'm talking literal nonsense. Well, does it mean they moved to become extreme in favor of tax cuts or extreme in favor of cutting the budget deficit? Those are opposite things. When they say, you know, people say Reagan was on the far right because he was in favor of free markets, and free markets are far right. And then along comes Bush, and he was the most anti-market president since FDR. And they said he took the party to the extreme right. What is this right people are talking about? That's the point we're making. So they're talking about different things.
So there is this enormous academic literature on America's growing polarization and how the Republican Party has moved farther to the right than Democrats have moved to the left. Right? This is huge in academic scholarship over the past 20 years. And I agree with the authors here that it's bogus, right? We've got this entire academic literature emerging around the analytical concept of polarization, that the Democrats have moved to the left, but the Republicans, they've moved even farther to the right. And we've had thousands of academic books and articles advancing this claim. And it is now a broad scholarly consensus that is bogus, right? Because we have this vast academic literature on free trade that treats abstract economic models of differential mathematics as a real empirical reality. And we have a vast academic literature treating this political polarization as a real measurable trend along a distinctive left-right dimension. But this whole framework is self-referential, just as it is with political scientists and with economists on free trade. This is an academic circle jerk. This is an academic echo chamber. It's built on measuring movement along an axis that no longer maps cleanly onto reality. So the metrics of party line votes and ideological self-placement show divergence, but they tell us little about the content, what these policy bundles are or how they mutate. So a score showing that the right and Republicans have moved further to the right than Democrats have moved to the left, it's not an accurate scale. It is removed from reality. So political scientists keep using the one-dimensional left-right model because it's easy to quantify. Over time, you can mathematize it, and then you can create the illusion of analytical precision. Economists love to promote free markets because they abstract away reality and create an illusion of analytical precision that is far removed from what really happens with international trade. And these academic abstractions obscure far more than they reveal. So mainstream economics is only good at understanding things that are mathematically modelable, right? Price setting in freely competitive markets, right? These classic economic insights don't give much insight into organization, management, corporate strategy, research and development, engineering, workforce development, the origins of technology, product design, policy making, and the strategies that nations use to compete, because these messy realities do not reduce to differential mathematical equations very well, but they are central to reality. They are central to how modern firms, governments, and economies function. So economists and political scientists love to focus on that which they can mathematize and then claim that they are sharing with us analytical precision. But it's a circle jerk. It's bogus, right? Academics produce all this abstract modeling and claim that it is valuable insight, right? We have these academic intellectual systems that are considerably detached from concrete empirical life. So in political science, we have all this polarization literature treating left and right as fixed vectors and then measuring exact degrees of divergence, right? They can turn this into math. They suppress the complexity of how people reason, organize, and form moral coalitions, and then their mathematical model becomes self-justifying. Polarization exists because we plotted it so. In mainstream economics, we've got equilibrium models and trade theory with differential equations that commit the same sin. They privilege that which can be mathematized and formalized. With regard to prices and efficiency, they ignore messy reality, but crucial domains like production, institutions, and strategic behavior. So the math selects the subject matter, just like the person who dropped his key in a dark place, but only looks for it under a street light because then he can see. All right, this elite free trade orthodoxy has built a secular priesthood around one formula efficiency and declare it a moral truth, regardless of how it works in reality. So we have this academic fixation on a single axis simplification, left, right, efficiency versus inefficiency, that is not tethered to reality. Instead, it is tethered to institutional incentives for elegance and quantification and claims of precision rather than real precision and understanding. Right? The real world is multidimensional, strategic, and path-dependent. The left-right spectrum, the free market, free trade model both survive because they are easy to measure, not because they are true. The better move is to replace these monocausal frameworks with thicker descriptions about how people and groups form and behave, how production, power, and identity evolve, how trade-offs shift within context. Right? We need an intellectual correction. A little more reality, a little less elegance. So the author's right. The myth of left and right is the false belief that there is an essence behind the political spectrum. Essentializing is simply how human beings operate. It is a heuristic, a useful but less than fully accurate method of making decisions. Right? This is not just something that has gone horribly wrong in America since the 1920s. It is part of the human condition that is evolutionarily adaptive but not ontologically true. Right? Essentializing isn't some recent American mistake. It is a species-wide cognitive feature. We evolved to compress complexity into essential categories that can guide our behavior quickly. Friend or foe, edible or toxic, trustworthy or dangerous. Right? Reality is color-coded and people make instant decisions, even if sometimes these are racist. This same human cognitive machinery produces political and moral essences that are not 100% ontologically true. Right? Essentialism is baked into how we reason. We all ascribe essential characteristics to outgroups. Jews are like this, blacks are like this, gays are like this, blacks are like that, Japanese are like this. All right? We all intuit that groups have invisible inner properties. There are real Americans, true believers, the left, the patriarchy, the West. Right? These essences do not exist in reality. They're not there in nature. But using these essential beliefs reduces the cognitive load of thinking. It strengthens coalition. It speeds up decision-making under uncertainty. It is adaptive. It's not ontologically 100% accurate. So ontologically, the Lewises are right. There is no essential, unchanging, transhistorical essence behind left and right. Psychologically, they are wrong to treat this human need to essentialize as a delusion that we can just simply drop. Right? It is a heuristic, a simple, not 100% accurate way to make fast decisions. Our minds automatically generate to use essentialism to coordinate our actions to signal loyalty at a low cognitive load. Right? The practice of essentializing much of the world confers evolutionary advantages, survival advantages. It creates clear group boundaries and rapid threat detection, even though it does not 100% accurately reflect reality and ontological philosophical truth. Right? We don't cling to essentialism because we're stupid, because we're propagandized, because of the media. It's because our brains are evolved for survival. for transmitting our genes. We're evolved for coherence and coalition and for tribal outlooks. We are not evolved to seek philosophical accuracy. So the trick is not to abolish essentialism. That is impossible. Simply to become aware of it when it is steering us toward useful simplification versus tribal blindness. So sometimes you want to split over differences. Sometimes you want to unite and overlook differences, right? That's a fundamental tension in life, social life, human life, political life, right? This is why essentialism is both indispensable and flawed. When you're trying to coordinate, you need unity. You collapse complexity into a shared identity or mission. We're all Americans, we're all Jews, we're all workers, we're all believers, right? Essentialism is the glue that bonds people together. It allows people to act together without endless negotiation over nuance. When you're trying to understand or solve, you need to split. You need differentiation, nuance, pluralism, right? To see that the same tribe may contain many motives and contradictions. So analysis requires breaking the myth that coordination relies upon.
They say, well, the war in Iraq was far right. Okay, that's a separate issue from free markets. Those are two different things. I don't see what the 15% connecting them is. If you're talking about there's a 15% of what the Republican Party believes that persists across time, that we would disagree with. So when then Trump turns against the Iraq war, and he say he moved the party to the extreme right. What is extreme right? It doesn't have any transcendent historical meaning. It's whatever the Republican Party is doing. So I guess I don't understand what you're saying. What is that 15%? You're saying there's 15% essence. There's something that does persist and is called right wing across time and place, but it's only 15% of what we call right wing.
Exactly.
Okay, so what is that 15%?
All
That's
right.
my question for you.
Well, you were jumping the queue, but so let's give Robin plenty of time after this. So
Yeah.
I have my simplistic theory of left and right. And as I said, the simplistic theory says the following. The left is anti-market and the right is anti-left. Now, again, I'm not going to fall into your trap of saying that any of this ever works 100%. But we're dealing with human beings here. So I know that Frederick Bastiat sat on the left in the French Assembly.
Left or right side of a spectrum. But I think
so. The authors say, "Oh, the political left and right. This was just developed in the 1790s." Yeah, the literal term and categorization developed in the late 18th century. But these fundamental divides reflect human predispositions that go back millennia.
I think we show pretty convincingly that this is socially determined and not philosophically determined.
100% social? Philosophy plays zero role? Look, you have a lot of evidence that a lot of stuff is social, I agree, but what evidence do you have that it's 0% philosophical?
Yeah, because there's nothing that has persisted across time. Now, you do show these correlations, right? Now, I think we could do something similar if you get again, take everyone who identifies as on the left and liberal, and you could get them to agree on what you just said. You could also get them to agree that they prefer Coke to Diet Pepper. Does that make drinking Coca-Cola an essential part of being in the left-wing tribe or liberal? No, it's socially determined because Dr. Pepper happens to be consumed more in the South, which tends to, since the 1930s and 50s and 60s, tended to have more people who identify as conservative. These things happen to go together for reasons of historical contingency and social constructivism, but not because they naturally go together. So I would just say there is a big difference, and I think we go into this in the book, in saying there's a difference between correlation and causation on those things.
Well, and even more importantly, so it seems, Brian, you're saying that these terms are generally predictive, right? You're saying with 80% accuracy, if I know somebody's on the left, then I can know they're anti-market. So you're saying, it has this usefulness. Let me tell you, and you know this, so I'm going to be just kind of coy here. Adolf Hitler was extremely anti-market. His platform, the Nazi platform, wanted to nationalize industry. It wanted to redistribute wealth radically.
So you'll be thrilled to know that I read a fascinating academic paper on pride. Right? How is pride evolutionarily adaptive? And so I live in the United States, and my family and my relatives primarily live in Australia. And so I have joined a tribe, right? I converted to Orthodox Judaism, and I volunteer frequently for my tribe and try to do good things for my tribe, in part because I believe that Jews are God's chosen people, in part because I believe that the Torah is divine truth, and in part because I want someone to come visit me in the hospital if, God forbid, I end up in the hospital, right? We invest in other people based in part on the hope that they will be there for us when we need them. So feeling pride feels great. Now, what is a key function of pride, right? It is to guide our behavior in ways that increases other people's value of us, right? Part of the reason I do this show is to try to give you something to contribute to your life so that if, God forbid, I need help down the road, you'll remember, oh, 40 did something nice for me. Now I want to be there for 40. Right? So we need an internal pride system that computes the value of a potential action and how much it will increase our pride by how much other people will approve of what we're doing, right? Pride is a universal system that is part of our species' cooperative biology, right? We are strongly incentivized to become valuable to other people so that when we need assistance, right, they are more likely to give it. So we need a predictive map of the degree to which other people will value our contributions so that in choosing how to act, the payoff arises from other people's value of potential action. For example, I could have spent this morning writing blog posts. I have spent less time blogging over the past 9 years, 8 years, 7 years, and more time vlogging, right? Making videos because I feel like other people will value videos more than blogging, right? I want to widen and deepen the chances that someone who listens to me receives a benefit and then might help me out if I need it, right? I want a payoff for what I'm doing. So right, we have to rely on other people, including non-kin, because there will be times where we need assistance to survive and to reproduce, right? Universal mutual aid is a universal and basic feature of our species history. It is central to our evolution, to the biology of our system, right? We have to incentivize people, mates, cooperative partners, fellow members of the tribe to value us so that they will be inclined to help us in times of desperation, hunger, incapacitation, and conflict. So the extent to which other people will value us, help us, and refrain from taking advantage of our vulnerability, and to the extent to which people will defer to us when there are conflicts of interest, is sensitively determined by whether we are successfully reproducing, struggling, dying early, contributing to them. So there are two basic bargaining tactics that various organisms use for influencing how other people treat them. So the first tactic is to inflict conditional costs on others, right? Aggression. Second tactic, which is primarily done by humans and pretty much no other species, is altruism. You give and you give to others so that they will give to you. So the first tactic causes the organism to be respected and feared, and the second causes the individual to feel valued. So we are incentivized to help other people because they might help us, and then they'll be less likely to gratuitously hurt us. So we're incentivized to become formidable and valued. That makes us more fit, and that can take the representation of dominance or prestige, right? I am playing a status game right now. I want more prestige. I want more status by offering you valuable insights that competitors do not do as well. So I am strongly incentivized to get up at 3:59 a.m. and get going to prepare and do this show because I want you to respect me, I want you to value me, and I want you to come to my aid if I need your help. Right? Non-humans are much more limited in the kinds of assistance that they can render each other. So almost all non-human bargaining is done based on aggression. So the higher your ability to inflict costs on others, right, the more formidable you are, the more resources you hold, right, you have power to pass down your genes. Right? Dominance hierarchies naturally emerge in nature. They emerge from patterns of deference to those with more formidability, right? Those with more resources and rank. And we will, and other forms of life, will inevitably tend to defer to those who are more formidable, right? If someone is carrying a gun, you don't want to be impolite to them. someone has the power to fire you, you do not want to be impolite to them. So we have these ancient adaptations for aggression, for dominance, for displaying our fighting skills, our ability to hurt others. And you see this in children, in adolescents, and adults. But we also, as we get older, we see more and more incentives for assisting other people because it makes our life easier and it helps with our reproductive fortunes. And this ability to help other people largely depends upon our overall health, vigor, and our cognitive ability. Right? When we use our intelligence, our language, our tools, our technology, our coordination, and our culture, right, we have more and more opportunities to help others and to show that we are a good member of the group. So we enter this cognitive niche, we become hunter-gatherers, we undergo novel and intense selection for various evolutionary adaptations, all designed to make us more valuable to others and therefore to be more successful at recruiting assistance from others. Right? I am a bachelor at age 59. I have never reproduced because the women I was interested in were not sufficiently incentivized to mate and reproduce with me. So pride functions as our evolved guidance system, and it directs our behavior to most cost-effectively manage and capitalize on our internal propensities to respect other people, value other people, help other people, and at times threaten other people.
And so, again, it's just not predictive.
This is all great stuff. But again, what I said is, here's the thought experiment. All right, so I'm pretty sure Hitler's going to self-identify on the right. So he's going to be in that room with Mussolini, William F. Buckley, all these other people. And what are they? And then he might go and say, you know, we need to have a bunch of complaints about the Jews and their interest charging. And the other people on the right are going to say, no, we can't agree with that stuff. Says, well, what will you agree with then? What about if we complain about Marxism? And you're like, yeah, we can do that. So that's what they're going to, that's what they'll be able to agree on. And Hitler will go and sign his signature saying those lousy communists and socialists, and William F. Buckley will do it too.
Look,
and we get some meeting of the minds, although far from, you know, we get like some meeting of the minds, not all. We get some.
You're halfway there. You're most of the way there.
Yeah, maybe
because you're saying
there, but you're going too far, man.
No, I don't think so. So you're saying that the right is defined by being
pro-Utah in terms of a limited set of features of what we like about Utah. Is that essentialism? Is that the wrong essentialism? Is it true about Utah? What?
Yeah, the people in that other party. So I think that's where tribalism can be harmful or it can be harmful.
It sounds like what you like is weak fandom, really weak.
Well, can I answer your Utah question? Oh, sorry.
Just like long ago, Christianity
something real. Today we are fighting over phantoms. We could lower the temperature if we weren't fighting over this phantom. People think we're fighting about left and right. And I have to go back to your question, Robin, about Utah, because that's such a good analogy. I couldn't agree more. I think that's a perfect analogy of how we should view politics. Because when you say Utah, there's all these things I like about it, right? Friendly people, low crime, great economic mobility, right? But then I would say there's some things I don't like about Utah.
To admit that, but the left-right framework blinds us to that and makes us hubristic and gives us this false sense of omniscience.
All right, so sorry. Oh yeah, you want
to? Just really quick. It seems like if I could kind of summarize, Robin, what you keep bringing back to us, which is a good point, is that there are these pervasive cognitive biases, right? It was the whole Daniel Kahneman stuff of thinking fast and slow. We humans are given to cognitive bias, and you're pointing out some of the things we're criticizing. It seems like you're saying it's kind of inevitable, and you may be right. We concede that. I don't think so. I think there's hope because I think we have been more rational in the past. True or not, it's at least good to point out the cognitive bias. And we're saying that essentialism is a cognitive bias. I don't know if that's fair to what you're saying.
Worldview's incoherent. Or really, since almost all are walking right up to left and right wing readers and you're saying, hey guys, let's just start by admitting that your whole worldview is incoherent. Or really, since almost all social scientists are left wing, you're telling them, hey guys, let's start by admitting that leftism is intellectually incoherent. Is this really what you're telling your whole, like almost all of your peers in academia? Listen, guys, basic fact, you're incoherent.
I do think people can come up with coherent worldviews, and they can have a philosophy that guides them in choosing issue positions. But anytime you use the language of liberalism or conservatism or left wing and right wing, you're assuming that not just half of your positions or 30% of your attitudes or 15%, to your point, Brian, are informed by something other than what's going on in politics. You say, no, it's all bound together. And everyone in my tribe believes all of my issue positions because they're also informed by the same philosophy. And we just say, that's nonsense. That's.
So why is pride so important in the evolutionary process? All right, so we have these various evolutionary mechanisms that favor valuing others, such as kin selection, reciprocation, reputation, risk pooling, externality management, and respect for valuation, the asymmetric war of attrition. So we have these evolutionary selection pressures that craft an array of specialized choice architectures in our mind to promote altruistic or selfish decisions depending on the information available to us about a potential recipient, right? How do we respond to cues of the recipient's relatedness, skills, trustworthiness, or ability to defend our own interests? So we have evolved a neurocognitive physiological architecture for computing the social value of others. So the author of the YouTube channel Psychax, right, his book is called The Value of Others, right? We need other people to thrive in life, and other people are more likely to help us and align with us and reproduce with us if they see value, right? I am a bachelor because the women I was interested in did not see sufficient value in me. So one way you can incentivize people is by being as formidable as possible and inflicting costs on those who don't do what you want through aggression, right? And another way to incentivize people is to help them out. So we have to constantly choose how we spend our energy, which is why depression and feeling down is often adaptive, because we often let go of our priors and re-examine things with a detail and severity and accuracy that we don't do when everything's just going great. So when people learn something new about us, right, they will either usually increase or decrease their value of us. Other people are constantly recalibrating our status with them, either up or down. And every time people devalue you, right, that hurts your evolutionary fitness. And every time people increase their valuation of you, that raises your evolutionary fitness. So we have all these motivational adaptations to most effectively manage the flow of information about ourselves and others. Right? So the emotion of shame is a neurocognitive evolutionary adaptation that diminishes the chances that we will do things that cause the people most important to us to not like us and to downvalue us. So we have the emotion of pride, and we have that adaptation because it pushes us to pursue and advertise our words and behavior and our acts and our traits and our resources to enhance the respect and valuation that we get from the minds of other people. So we have a whole suite of cognitive mechanisms that motivate the pursuit of status, of behavior, of traits, of resources that will increase other people's respect and value of us, that will motivate us to advertise our qualities, our traits, our characteristics, that when discovered by others will lead them to increase their respect and valuation of us. And we are incentivized to mobilize our energies to try to profit from the resulting enhanced social landscape by pressing for better treatment from others. So how do we get pride, right? It's triggered by achievement, by how formidable we are, by how many resources we can command, and other socially valued characteristics. Pride feels great, right? It's a highly pleasant emotion. This internal reward incentivizes us to undertake and persevere at costly but socially valued courses of action. Pride displays itself in the body. When I feel proud, I have a different physiology and a different self-presentation than when I've just been humiliated, right? The proud man has a full-body display that is more erect, more expanded, and his gaze is more level and directed at the audience, and it appears to generate common knowledge about the individual's growing value. So pride display conveys achievement or dominance. And you can't really fake it, and you can't generate it internally, right? The necessity and the deliciousness and the intoxicating nature of pride destroys any conception of the truth of buffered identity, because we cannot generate our own pride effectively. We only get pride from contributing to others or developing our own formidability. So pride, being respected and being valued, changes how other people relate to us. People are more likely to mate with us. They like your good genes, your health, your resource potential, and other types of embodied social and material capital. People are more likely to ape us, to imitate us, to learn from us. People are more likely to submit to us and to feel intimidated by us, and to esteem us and to place us higher in a dominance hierarchy, right? The more formidable and valuable we are. Right? We will submit to people with more status, and we will try to dominate those who have less status. We will pay attention to other people's pride displays, recognizing that they come from reality. And we will tend to submit to those with more formidability and value than ourselves. Right? If I go to a social setting and I'm coming off a track record of failure and humiliation, I'm going to be more submissive, more quiet. I'm going to speak less. I'm going to approach less. I'm going to be less open. I'm going to be more anxious, and it's just going to pour out of me. And other people will pick up on it. On the other hand, if you're highly accomplished, highly formidable, and highly valued, that will flow out of you. When Dennis Prager walked into a room for most of his life, right, his value and his formidability, his intellect, radiated, so he exerted this enormous force field. Right? Dennis Prager would walk into a room and most everyone would pay attention to him. I would walk into a room sometimes and most everyone would ignore me, or one bloke who was perhaps in low social status as myself would come over and say a dirty joke. Right? People do not tend to go up to Dennis Prager in social settings and tell him a dirty joke because he is much more formidable than I am. Right? We all exert a force field, and our force field reflects how valuable and how formidable we are. So to the extent that I have had a weak force field, it reflects how little value I'm contributing and how little formidability I possess. To the extent I've exerted a little more of a force field, that reflects some value that I have shown. Right? Pride is our internal reward for our competitive success. Shame is what we get when we fail. When we go down in status, we feel shame and we become more submissive. Right? Competition is ultimately over reproductive opportunities. And this may account for the heightened hubristic pride of, say, late teens and early 20s, when people tend to have a vastly exaggerated sense of their own capabilities. So pride is finely calibrated to recognize how much value you give to others, how much value a given act will give to others, and then likely result in some reward to you. Right? Will this potential deed, will your contribution, will your volunteering, will your helping someone out, how much will it cost you and how much will it get for you? So we have a pride system, an internal signal, right, that is highly calibrated for traits such as physical formidability and for various valued skills. So we know how much to advertise our formidability and our value, and how much entitlement we should expect because of our formidability and value. So pride is self-conscious. It may be referred to as self-focused, but it comes out of a system that is highly calibrated to the group, to the evaluation of others. You can't really manufacture your own pride. All right, our internal pride system incentivizes us on how to speak, how to act, when to submit, when to dominate. The intensity of our pride tracks how much value other people give to us, even when there's no active, explicit communication, right? Pride promotes our accurate sense of where we stand in the hierarchy, and it incentivizes us to do some things and not others, to mount certain displays of ourselves and not others. It shapes how we conduct ourselves, right? If our internal pride signal is too strong, right, that would lead us to put too much energy into socially valued acts that won't pay off. An internal pride system that is too weak would lead us to have insufficient motivation to do things that are socially valued. So if you take pride, like I take pride in my happiness level. At times I've taken pride in my religiosity, in my learning, in the quality of my blogging and vlogging. Then that can be adaptive, right? Not because these traits directly feed my survival or reproduction, but because the pride itself is an evolved signaling system that turns my socially valued traits into status capital. So pride is an adaptive signaling system. It has evolved as a reward and a display mechanism for doing things that make you formidable and valued. It internally feels great, and therefore it reinforces behavior that enhance your social value, your competence, your reliability, your generosity, your formidability, your command of resources. And it is constantly signaling to other people, how much respect and deference they should give you. So the posture, the facial expressions, the tone of voice that comes with pride is not random, right? These are all evolved to broadcast your degree of success and to stabilize hierarchies without constant fighting, right? Pride allows you to tell other people, look at me in a socially acceptable way, right? This live stream, my blog posts are ways of me screaming into the void, look at me, but in a socially acceptable way. So please, look at me.
The reason there is academic view is there's we that are in the know that are consistent, and then we have tons of lower level members of the tribe who have inconsistencies because they don't realize that this is a consistent worldview. But it really does seem like it seems like really, if your book is right, it is almost on par with you walk into the office of your neighbors, the department, and wave the book and say, hey, this is the book that begins with the premise that your position's intellectually incoherent. How could you how could you possibly deny it? And obviously they're going to deny it whether they're right or not, but that's the audacity of the book, is that you are pretty much starting off with the position that almost everyone that you work with is confused.
It is audacious.
Okay. If they were the people that went from being against free trade 20 years ago to now being in favor of it because the party changed, if they were the people who used to be in favor of free speech but are now against it, if they are these people who have flip-flopped on all these issue positions just to go along with the tribe, then yeah, it's obviously socialization. It's not a coherent philosophy causing them to do this.
Well, I mean, these are smart people. You know what they're going to say, Verland. They're going to quote Keynes. When the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do, sir? So yes, in the past, free speech was essential because then it was the path of progress. But now censorship is important because that's the path of progress. The constant is progress. The details of the application of the principles change, but the principles themselves are eternal. Right. And you're going to go and call shenanigans on them, I assume.
Yeah, and what we say in the book is that actually intellectuals are much better at storytelling than people who are not intellectuals. People with PhDs are much better at storytelling than people without PhDs. And so they're a lot better at coming up with post hoc justifications for what they do. And I think that's maybe one of the reasons that people who are not PhDs, who are not constantly consuming political news media, are more likely to have issue positions that don't line up 100% with one tribe or the other, because they're not interested in playing that game, and they're not consuming the partisan news media as much. They just, I like this issue, I don't like that issue, and they're not worried about conforming with all of their peers.
Well, and a metaphor we used in the book was 19th century medicine. The smarter you were, and the more you knew about medicine in the 19th century, the more likely you were. Well, I should say the 18th century. Let's go back another 100 years. The more likely you were.
So when an intellectual, a professor, a teacher, a member of the clergy gives a sermon or a speech, they're saying, look at me, and value me because of how smart I am and how formidable I am and how much my clarity and wisdom can contribute to your life. But obviously, if you explicitly say that, hey, I want you to look at me, I want you to listen to me, right, that will tend to reduce your status. Now, the more formidable you are, the more people will defer to you, and the more people will imitate you. We all copy high status models. For years, I tried to sound and act like Dennis Prager because I saw him as like an alpha male. The more power status you have, right, the less frequently people will challenge you. Now, the same underlying mechanism works throughout different cultures, but it will display itself differently in different contexts. So different societies will value different things. In a religious community, right, your religiosity, your learning will signal loyalty and piety and commitment to your group. In an intellectual community, pride in your learning will signal your intelligence and your diligence and your clarity and your prestige and how much you can offer to others. In a therapeutic, modern, secular milieu, right, pride in your happiness level signals your emotional regulation and your success. It shows psychological fitness. So I fail at so many different status games, but I want to play the status game of the happiness. I want to play the status game of claiming that I optimize for truth, while those other commentators, they're not as committed to truth as I am, but my commitment to truth is a status game. But I don't think of it as a status game. I think of it as my commitment to something wonderful and noble, because that gives me more strength and power and motivation than to see it as my status game. Right? You can't openly say, I'm proud of being happier than you. You can't openly say, I'm proud of being holier or richer or better looking than you, right? That's crass. That deflates the signal. So each culture builds different moral cover stories. Instead, I tell you, I'm just grateful. I'm not proud. I'm just blessed. I'm not boasting. I'm just fulfilled. I'm not superior. So these linguistic masks allow pride to perform its social function. I get to assert my rank, but appear humble and pro-social. So pride is not a bug. It is a feature of how we evolve. Right? We take pride in those traits that our tribe esteems. Maybe it's our happiness, our religiosity, our learning, our wealth, right? And the delicious feeling of pride motivates us to embody these traits. It's self-reinforcing. It is a way to publicly signal your value, right? To get the delicious social recognition. It stabilizes hierarchies and reduces conflicts because others will defer to you rather than to fight you. So pride is how natural selection and evolution turn status displays into emotions that we can enjoy, right? My happiness is not just some internal state. It is a broadcast that says, I am flourishing. Now, the pride system doesn't work with buffered identity. A pride system only makes sense with porous identity. You can't generate your own pride without regard to external feedback, right? Our pride system is externally referenced minutely. It cannot work without other people's evaluation. Our pride system is continually computing predicted audience approval and modulates our motivations accordingly. When I got up at 3:49 a.m. and took a cold shower and started planning out my show, I wanted to maximize the contribution, value, and clarity and truth optimization of my show so that you would value me more, that you would imitate me more, that you'd be more likely to help me out. Right? This is the porous identity. This is the self that is not just open to, but is constituted by external feedback loops, right? I may be alone, say, all day reading a book and writing, but I'm always performing for imaginary audience. The buffered identity, right? This modern, enlightened, secular individualist self imagines that our worth, our emotion, our meaning is generated internally. It's all independent of social recognition. Right? This is biologically incoherent. There's no way we evolved this way. Pride evolved precisely because our ancestors needed to track and to manage other people's perception of our value. Our pride and our shame are social regulators. They tell you how you are doing in the eyes of your group. They help you to optimize your words and your behavior for being valued and respected. Right? The modern, buffered, secular, enlightened identity tries to privatize these systems. Oh, I don't care what others think. I generate my own self-worth. Right? This entire modern secular self-esteem movement is a cultural fiction. It is built on top of a social brain that runs the old porous code. Authentic happiness, self-generated pride, these claims ring hollow. Even our supposedly internal satisfaction is minutely tracking external reference points, approval, admiration, competence. We have a pride system stimulating audience feedback internally. We have a finely tuned predictive model of how other people will respond to things that we say and do, even if they're not present. Right? The buffered identity is a fiction. Pride, shame, respect, these are all social regulations. These are all things that we get from other people. And these things run our behavior. Even when you are alone, your nervous system is running an imagined audience simulation. You cannot generate pride in a vacuum. You generate it from your own internal built-in model of what other people will value. So, can you generate your own pride without regard to externals? No. You can't generate pride in total isolation from external validation. That's not how we evolved. It is a social emotion. It is a feedback system for closely tracking how other people value you. right? The idea of self-generated pride independent of externals is a modern cultural aspiration. It's not a psychological reality. It's some kind of post-enlightened secular ideal of the Buffett self that is autonomous, self-validating, unbothered by others' opinion. It is a moral fiction that is then layered on top of an ancestral wiring built for social independence and reputation tracking. Now, I have trained myself to care less about certain audiences, certain persons, and instead shifting my reference point to a different group or different individuals. I can recalibrate my internalizing different standards, but I cannot abolish my internal pride mechanisms. You can just choose which audience you internalize. Right? A monk might replace the crowd with God, right? An artist might replace the market with an imagined peer group or an aesthetic ideal. But in every single case, the pride system orients you towards an external reference, even if that external is abstract or divine or dead. You cannot generate pride in a vacuum, but you can curate your audience. You can decide whose valuation counts to you, and then you can calibrate and build your internal pride model around that.
Where to adhere to the four humors theory of disease. So if somebody would have come, and they did, young medical professionals came in and said this whole framework is wrong, and they got ridiculed. Why? Because the smarter you were, the more you could concoct an expose story to explain how, bloodletting was beneficial and how these four humors preserved health. It doesn't mean the four humors theory was true. So ideas are false regardless of how many people believe in them. So are we saying that pretty much every single one of my history colleagues is wrong? We are. It is very audacious. We are making a bold claim. You can say, oh, we're brilliant. No, I don't think it's brilliant. I think it's the emperor has no clothes. I think we're just the kids standing on this side saying the obvious fact is that there's more than one issue in politics. So we please start acting accordingly. To us, it just takes common sense to say that. And people with common sense who haven't been indoctrinated into left-right thinking, who haven't been going to 20 years of
So I've been on live streams that had over 2,500 live viewers, and it was a lot easier to feel pride when I was getting lots of positive feedback for things I was saying on the Andy Warski show than when I'm live streaming before 5 viewers. But due to the smaller size of my audience the last few years, I have recalibrated internally to, I have a more sophisticated, more thoughtful, more elite audience. And it's not that I am a loser. It is that I have a select high IQ, highly capable, very, superb elite audience. So I recalibrate the basis on which I feel pride, not so much to the number of total viewers that I have, but on the quality of the feedback that I receive. So the buffered, secular, modern, enlightened identity is a situationally useful fiction. Right? There are many false things that we may believe that are situationally useful. It is a cultural fiction with situational utility. It is a psychological stance that suppresses reality, suppresses our innate social dependence at times, right? The evolutionary baseline, the reality is we all have porous identity. We have social emotions, pride, shame, guilt, belonging that are evolved for reputation management in tribes. Your sense of self is inseparable from how other people see you. That is the nature of reality. That's the nature of the porous self. It is permeable to social feedback. It is calibrated to other people's evaluation. The buffered self is a cultural hack. This idea of the autonomous, self-contained, rational self is a modern fiction, a modern invention. It emerged out of the secularization of Protestantism and Enlightenment individualism and secular liberalism. It tells people, you can generate your meaning, your pride, your worth, your conscience from within without a priest, a tribe, or a tradition. Right? This idea is useful for certain environments. It lets people define oppressive authority, such as my conscience. That's what I rely on, not the church. It enables scientific skepticism and innovation. I'll trust my reason, not custom. It protects the individual in a mass society, but it is a fictional performance overlay on a brain that remains social to the core. Right? The buffered stance collapses under many conditions in reality that expose our dependency on others. In conditions of grief, humiliation, isolation, failure, right? The self-contained model reveals that it is a thin cover for our need for recognition and connection. So modern people tend to oscillate between a rhetoric of autonomy, I don't care what other people think, and the reality of hyper-social feedback loops. That's why we have so much reputation anxiety. That's why we go to therapy, why we post on social media, where we brand ourselves. So the buffered identity is a fiction that does not make it worthless. It is an adaptive fiction. It is a psychological technology. It allows at times for focus under social pressure. It can protect us from mob contagion and moral panics. It can provide internal stability when external validation is unreliable. But like any technology, it works only in certain situations, in certain moments that require independence of mind, not as a permanent self. The buffered identity is a story, a fiction we tell ourselves to manage the tension between our biological independence, our cultural autonomy, and our vulnerable experience of living. Everybody I meet and get to know is more vulnerable than I initially see them as. Right? I've never learned anything about politics or religion from a casual conversation, because in casual social settings, people simply say what is expected. But I know people around the world with serious knowledge in these areas, and I learn from conversing with them. So I can choose to value their contributions, and I can choose to ignore the views of the ignorant. Right? It's not that I've escaped social influence. I have curated my network of influence. Right? It's not that people are shaping my beliefs. Is that people allow others to shape them unconsciously by parroting what is socially accepted. Right? I can choose my referent. I can make my referent God, Torah, this particular Orthodox rabbi. We can never escape the social feedback system, but we can choose which feedback system, which referent, which group of people, say, perhaps more epistemically competent than another group. We can never totally detach, live in a buffered self, but we can be selective about who we depend on. We can develop a network of trusted interlocutors who reward truth and accuracy over conformity. Right? Most talk is simply coalition maintenance. It is not about truth-seeking. Right? The signal that you hear from other people on politics and religion isn't knowledge. It isn't truth. It's just about tribal affiliation. Email, written correspondence among thoughtful people allows for reflection and reduced signaling pressure. You're less bound by facial cues, groupthink, and status threat. So you can choose whose evaluation you care about.
Academic indoctrination to this idea of the left and the right, Hitler here, Stalin here, George Bush here, all this kind of stuff. They are more likely, the people who haven't gone through that indoctrination, to just see the obvious thing. So it's an emperor has no clothes situation. So yes, we are saying that pretty much all of our colleagues in history are wrong. Political science, less so. I see more granularity among political scientists, but probably 95% of my history colleagues fall in line with every single thing. And you point out, Brian, well, they're going to justify it. And they're going to come up with a story. Exactly. But that's what astrologers do. Why is there more intellectual respectability for astrology than the essentialist theory when they have the exact same amount of evidence?
So, I mean, are you getting the reaction you'd expect when you go and tell your colleagues that 95% of you are just completely confused and like you're on par with people who believe in four humors?
We're not Brian Caplan. We wouldn't say it that way.
No, I mean, this is getting aired on your social.
So why has the buffered self become the most prestigious human identity for the past 200 years, even though it's a fiction? Because this fiction solves all sorts of social and psychological problems in an increasingly secular and individualized world. Right? The buffered identity isn't used because it is true. It appears because it is adaptive, right? There are all sorts of lies that are adaptive, right? I lie to myself that what I am saying here is more important and provides more value to you than it really does, right? I lie to myself to get up at 3:49 to plan and create this show because I put more value on what I create than truly exists in reality, right? I tell myself that even though I only have 14 live viewers right now on YouTube, that what I have to say is more valuable than, say, some other live stream on a similar topic that might have over 2,000 viewers right now. So why did so many people embrace the fiction of the buffered identity? It liberated thought, it liberated innovation. It told people, hey, you can exist apart from tradition, tribe, church, community. You can have clear cognitive space for your own individual reason, your own experiment, and your own dissent. Right? The Enlightenment and science required people who could detach from group authority, who could say, hey, my observations are valid, even if the king, the priest, and the mob disagree. I do my shows primarily from the buffered identity so that I can go up against every single person in the chat who disagrees with me if I need to do that, because I value my status game where I present myself not as playing a status game and not as saying, hey, pay attention to me, defer to me, give me value, but I tell myself the fiction that I'm here primarily to optimize for truth. So by taking on this buffered self in this situation, I have created moral cover for myself. I think, therefore I am. Right? I have created a psychological precondition for my intellectual autonomy, even if you disagree with everything I'm saying. Right? Modern capitalism and liberal democracy depend on individuals who believe that they are acting rationally and self-contained and autonomously. We have workers selling their labor on open markets. We have citizens voting privately based on their conscience. We have consumers choosing based on their preference. So the poorest self of the village and the parish could not function in a mobile, urban, anonymous society. The buffered self is this perfect ideological chassis for industrial modernity. It is atomized, it is mobile, it is contract-based, it is emotionally restrained. So in a corporate society, you don't have to negotiate nearly as much because most of what is considered right and wrong is taken for granted. In a highly individualized society, everything has to be negotiated. The buffered self offers spiritual stability in a disenchanted world. I'm talking to 12 people right now on YouTube, but I can tell myself I am conveying important truths, and these people are incredibly smart and valued people, and one day history will recognize my contributions, even though I'm simply repeating here ideas and concepts that come from other people, but I feel like I am conveying something valuable to you because I am special. Right? When religion and the sacred has less power over people, people need to shore themselves up. They need an inner stability. They need an inner source of meaning and moral authority. And so the fiction of the buffered self says you can carry the sacred inside of you. Your conscience, your authenticity, your truth can guide you. And Lord knows I often take on much of this when I do my live streams. So this way I can keep my moral coherence even if we don't share, say, a moral or religious referent. I can talk to someone who's a secular gay Muslim and a black man in Japan who's a Marxist, right? I can talk to the world, right? So you can move the divine, you can move heaven into your own psyche with this fiction. So elites can reject dogma, but retain a moral compass because it's now justified by the fiction of an inner integrity, right? They no longer depend upon divine revelation. They can send all the servants out before they talk about atheism. The buffered identity insulates you from moral and social contagion, right? You can employ an ironic distance. You see this in the ironic distance employed by Edward Gibbon in his, is it 1776 book, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire? Very ironic, very distant. It enables my emotional restraint. You can say, 40, you're a big wanker, but because I'm in my buffered identity right now, you can't hurt me as easily. I can be skeptical of various claims. I can tell you that I am not engaged in a status performance right now, even though I am. I can pretend to a sophistication that is not real. I can set myself apart from the other commentators because I am not ruled by passions and crowds and tribes. Right? This is the emotional style of our dominant educated elite. We are rational, autonomous individuals. We are above superstition and mass hysteria. If the New York Times were to write about this show, I am operating within the buffered identity that it values. I am speaking with a prestigious dialect. I am proving that I can keep my cool when everyone else is losing theirs. Everyone else swept away by moral and social contagion, but I stand tall for truth. It reduces my sense of vulnerability. If I was purely in my porous identity, I couldn't do these live streams because I just feel so vulnerable to what other people say or might say. So in reality, our reputation is volatile. Mobs form quickly, right? The idea that your worth depends only on yourself is psychologically protective. I can tell myself, hey, even if there's a huge price to pay for doing this live stream, even if I lose friends, community, connection, money, right? Well, I was optimizing for truth. I was standing for truth. I was being righteous, right? Not true. It's a coping mechanism to delude myself that I wasn't playing a status game in which I lost while I was doing this live stream. So by taking on this fictional buffered identity, you can operate in institutions and in workplaces and in universities where trust is fragile, where alliances are temporary, reputations can be weaponized, and your status can be removed just like that. Now, even the employment by the smartest people of this fiction of the buffered identity, it never fully displaces our social brain. The academy, the media, politics is saturated with prestige games, moral signaling, coalitional emotion. It's just dressed up in the language of reason and independence, right? This fictional buffered identity masks how much I depend on you. It presents myself as rational and reliable and self-controlled. It is a fiction, right? I take on this fictional buffered identity when I do these live streams, not because it's true, not because it reflects my true self and how I really work, but because it fits the needs of this particular situation, fits the needs of an industrial, scientific, individualist age. It gives you permission to think freely, to trade widely, to manage your reputation in a world too big and too impersonal for the old tribal ways. It is a useful illusion. It is a behavioral technology. It keeps the social animal functioning in various systems that require them to act as if they are self-sufficient.
Social media guys, right?
All right. We'll
not
take our
recording
lumps.
this to watch it, just to watch ourselves.
Brian, I don't know if now is the time we have to come back to it, but I feel like you didn't get your question answered about the correlation versus causation. I'm happy to keep talking about that because I feel like you're not convinced on that.
Yeah, well, that's probably too hard, but it's any version of an ideology they first fell in love with in their youth. But this does not mean that they are faithful to an ideological essence. It only means they are faithful to a previous ideological iteration. Right. So my question is this: if there are no true liberals or true conservatives, are there also no true Christians or true Muslims?
So I think we may have answered this a little earlier when you talked about were there things that have essences, and we say, there are things that have essences, but left and right.
You said it for Mormonism, but that was sort of part of your. It's saying that your own view has an essence is a lot easier than saying any other view has an essence. So, like, for example, very standard for Christians under slavery to say.
So, a question in the chat: have you shaken the lulav today in a sukkah? So we are in the intermediate days right now of the Jewish holiday of Sukkot, which translated into English is often tabernacles. And yes, you do shake the lulav, which is a palm frond and a citrus fruit during the intermediate days of Sukkot. It is a divine commandment. It is a mitzvah to wave the lulav and the etrog each morning during the Hallel service, as you would do on the first days of the holiday, but not on Shabbat. So the best time to wave the lulav is during the morning service, either before or during the Hallel prayers. But you can do it any time during the day as long as it is still daytime. After you recite the appropriate blessings, you hold the lulav and the etrog and you gently shake them in all 6 directions: forward, back, right, left, up, down. But not on Shabbat, unless you are a Reform, more modern Jew, then they often will shake the lulav on Shabbat.
Slavery is incompatible with Christianity. And then there's other people saying, wait, but there's like a bunch of things in the book talking about the slaves. So how can you say, and of the treatment of slaves and what you're allowed to do? So that can't be. And then no. If you really understood the doctrine, you'd realize slavery is not allowed. And then similarly in Islam, there is a ongoing debate between fundamentalists who say, look, this in a book written 1,400 years ago, this is what it says. And other people saying, no, if you really understood it, you'd realize that the important part is compassion.
So I belong to a tribe. I converted to Orthodox Judaism. So if I were confronted with a situation where telling the truth would hurt me in my community, all right, I would be optimized not to tell the truth. Right? There are certain external standards that every group expects you to uphold. So the modern dominant secular buffered identity self employed by our elites looks at people as primarily individuals, and this is a delusion. We're not primarily individuals. And John J. Mearsheimer wrote a few great sentences about this in his 2018 book, The Great Delusion, Liberal Dreams and International Realities. We are profoundly social beings. We are profoundly tribal. From the start to the finish of our lives, our individualism is of secondary importance to the necessity for a tribal identity. So liberalism downplays the social nature of human beings to the point of ignoring it. Individualism treats people largely as atomistic actors. It is a fiction, like the Buffett identity. Political liberalism is an ideology that is individualistic at its core. It assigns great importance to the concept of inalienable rights. It is a secular form of Protestantism. The individualist strategy that emerged out of Northern Europe that was combined with a unitary global moral outlook so that you don't shouldn't treat people differently whether they're out group or in group. That was functional and adaptive at a particular time and place. The dominant universal attitude is tribal, and to employ dual morality, where you employ a different moral standard, a much more relaxed one for how you treat out-groups as opposed to your in-group. So liberalism is based on a fiction that we're primarily individuals and that we can operate with a buffered identity. Right? Liberalism is all about inalienable rights of the individual. This concern for individual rights is the basis of its universalism. Everybody on the planet should have the same inherent set of rights. This is what motivates liberal states to pursue ambitious foreign policies. Right? Our dominant public and scholarly discourse about liberalism since World War II emphasizes human rights. Right? Human rights have defined the most elevated aspirations of our elites, of our leading social movements and political entities. Right? They evoke hope, they provoke action, they're an opportunity to status signal. But we are not primarily individuals. We do not live as lone wolves. We are born into tribes, groups, families, and societies. And these shape our identities far deeper, more effectively than we can assert our own individualism and autonomy. We develop usually strong attachments to our family, our tribe, and we will usually be willing to make great sacrifice for people for whom we are closely genetically related. We are tribal to our core. We are social because the best way for a person to survive is to be embedded in a family, in a tribe, in a society, and to cooperate with fellow members of your in-group rather than being strategic, autonomous, and buffered and doing everything autonomously. Right? Reason is the least important of the ways that we determine our preferences. It is far less important than socialization. Socialization matters to the extent that human beings have a long childhood in which they are protected and nurtured by their families and the surrounding society, and they are intensely socialized. We are not equipped to think for ourselves. That's not evolutionarily adaptive. By the time we reach 18, 20, 25, where our reasoning skills become developed, our family, our community, our tribe, and our society has already enormously infused us with certain perspectives on life. We also have strong innate genetic tendencies and sentiments that strongly influence how we think about the world. We have very little choice in how we formulate our moral code. Right? What we understand as right and wrong comes from inborn attitudes, genetic tendencies, physiological tendencies, and the socialization of our particular tribe. Right? This is reality. The buffered individual is an illusion. Liberal universalism, based on that illusion, is considerably detached from reality.
Or what have you. So, I mean, would you just say that these are debates with no right answer because it's meaningless as to who's the true Christian or Muslim, or there is a right answer?
No. Let me answer really quickly, and then I want to see what Roland has to say. So I would say true ideologies that have an essence, they go from philosophy to variegated policies. You can apply Christianity in many ways. So Christianity has an essence, right? You believe Christ was God. Okay. And then you can apply that Christianity in many different ways. Same thing with libertarianism. You probably have debates with your libertarian colleagues. You and I, Brian, probably wouldn't agree on everything, even though I'm a libertarian, you're a libertarian. But we both have a common philosophy.
Right. Most Christians have not placed a great deal of emphasis on the belief that Christ is God. That was simply the tribe, the group that they were born into. Most people don't spend much time in abstract thinking, and the belief that Christ is God is an abstract thought. Right? We are status-seeking chimpanzees. We are status-seeking cooperatives. We are not atomistic, individualist, buffered calculators. We are profoundly social and tribal. We have finely tuned motivational systems that are constantly tracking how other people value us because we want to secure cooperation and aid. And what steers this mechanism are our emotions of pride and shame. Right? Liberal left-wing theories often treat individuals as autonomous reasoners who negotiate rights and contracts. In reality, we are reputation managers embedded in dense networks of approval and evaluation. Appeals to pure reason and universal norms and elegant philosophies don't change people, don't move people. Status incentives and group loyalties do. Our socialization hard codes our moral perceptions. By the time our independent reason can possibly develop, the moral software is already installed in our system. We internalize right and wrong through pride and shame feedback from our earliest days. We are constantly seeking approval and avoiding punishment and scolding. We want to belong, and we fear exclusion. our adult moral sense is not the product of our detached, atomistic, individualist, buffered reasoning. It is the residue of thousands of micro-social reinforcements. Liberalism's faith in rational persuasion, just show them the evidence, they'll see the light, fails. It underestimates how tightly moral identity is bound to social belonging. Tribalism is more true, more effective way to go through life than universalism. Our core driving motivation is to maintain our value in the eyes of our tribe, our in-group. Liberal universalism, that's fictional ideas about every individual with equal rights, cuts against the reality and the grain of our evolutionarily adaptive psychology. It asks people to extend moral concern beyond their tribe. There is no adaptive reason why you should have moral concern beyond your tribe unless you are playing a status game, unless your tribe values your display of global moral concern. All right, when our liberal elites insist on universal empathy, right, they are running a fiction, a narrative, a cultural patch on an order operating system, one that evolved for parochial loyalty and reciprocal cooperation. Our reason is primarily a tool of justification. It's not a tool for finding truth. We are driven by our sentiments, our physiology, our genetics, and our socialization, our tribe and our family and our community, and the hero systems that we inherit from our family and community. Right? We're not driven by our reason. We use reason to rationalize what we want to do and what we believe. Political argument is primarily tribal. It's not about discovering truth. It's about protecting the moral reputation that keeps you safe and valued within your tribe. Elites cling to this individualist buffered fiction anyway because it's convenient, because they think, oh, this will help our pluralistic, multiracial, multi-religious society coexist without civil war. It legitimates our power, our institutions that we control. We can put forward the notion that we need more and more neutral expert rule coming from our institutions, and that gives us more power, status, and prestige by putting out the fictional narrative that rule by experts will allow us to treat citizens impartially. So liberalism elevates the buffered individual self as an idealized fiction. It's a civilizational tool to manage inherent tribal creatures. It can work well in certain stable, prosperous conditions, but it will falter under stress when people revert to the order, pride, shame, logic of group defense. So the liberal buffered fictional conception of the individual has triumphed among elites philosophically. It fails empirically. It's a brilliant social fiction that is useful for building large plural states and for navigating certain situations, but it constantly leaks because human nature never signed this contract.
And you can apply it in different ways. That's not what conservative and liberal do. They say, no, 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 there aren't many applications of this conservative thing. There is all these, they go from policies to philosophy instead of philosophy to policies, if that makes sense. They have coherent policies. So you can have libertarians who disagree about abortion.
The cynical view of these Christian and Muslim debates is that you don't actually even really care about the religion. You've got policy views and then you're rationalizing them with the book. So this is the standard thing that you say to the other side. Oh, you claim that you believe in the slavery because of the Bible, but you don't, and actually you're just using the Bible to rationalize your wickedness. And the other side says, no, 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 it's the other way around. There's all this biblical evidence that Christianity is compatible with slavery, but you have your ideas that you picked up somewhere else, some non-Christian version of things, and you're trying to twist the religion to accommodate you. Definitely the case of modernized versions of Islam versus Richmal versions. Each side is trying to say the other one is wrong. And by the way, my general version is that the fundamentalists are almost always correct. They're the ones that read the book. They're the ones that care about.
Right. So Orthodox Jews are only about 10-15% of American Jews, but almost the overwhelming majority of Torah learning and the performance of mitzvahs is done by this tiny 10 to 15%. Right. The fundamentalists care more, commit more, sacrifice more, and have a more intense community that takes better care of each other.
About reading comprehension, and then the modernizers or the liberals are the ones that are distorting the actual meaning. This is my view of Marxism as well. The old line Marxists are the correct Marxists, and the modern ones who say, no, no, they're the ones that are weasels and are just trying desperately to reconcile whatever they already believe with a pre-existing identity. But you know, that's controversial, but that's where I stand.
So, Brian, is it possible to be more left-wing if you think there is such thing as left-wing than a Marxist? Is that possible?
Yeah, sure. I mean, of course, like you can go and read
More anti-market.
read the Wikipedia articles on the loony left, and like these are fun articles, by the way. So actually, like in Britain, the term far left is often reserved for to the left of the British Communist Party. It's almost a technical term. Is like that. Like if it was the British Communist Party, that's the left-wing view, and then far left is more than that. So these are the ones saying those terrible sellout communists compromising the capitalists, and.
So you're probably wondering, 40, what is in your bookmark? So here we have a geneticist, Jonathan Pallison, right, PhD in statistical genetics. And he says, I've written 7 long-form articles here on X. I've written many long posts. I have 14 subscribers that value my content and the effort I spend on it. From these subscribers, it would take me 22 years to get as much revenue as this one reposting of a picture of a hot woman. So this PhD is noting that social media incentivizes a lot of useless content. What Steve Jobs' daughter looks like has zero relevance or importance to my life. So what we find interesting is usually stuff that is not true and not valuable. So this is what X, the platform X, thinks should not only be rewarded with $1,500, but also a $10,000 bonus. Meanwhile, there is an extreme deboosting of links to interesting content that can be debated, and you're not even allowed to compose long-form articles on X unless you pay about $60 a month. So at every turn, X encourages slop content and discourages real content. Why? Because what is interesting is really true and rarely valuable or useful. It is simply entertaining. Right, X is still the best social media platform, but far from as good as it could be. Right, long-form creators attract few readers. Short one-sentence snark tweets can get up to 10 million views and 120,000 likes. It is the content consumers on social media responsible for this situation more than it is the system. People want easy-to-digest snippets, not informed extended analysis. Right, we should not miss the fundamental point on rare earths. China has crafted a policy that gives it the power to forbid any country on earth from participating in the modern economy. They can do this because they planned. They used industrial policy. They diligently built industrial capacity. No one else had the fortitude to build. They were willing to tolerate costs, financial, environmental, and otherwise to do it. Now the rest of the world must do the same. China has created an opportunity of tremendous proportions for all countries that care about controlling their destiny, the opportunity to rebuild. Every non-Chinese infrastructure investment, sovereign wealth, public pension fund, every corporation that depends on rare earths, every government can play a role. There's an opportunity not just for the US, but for every country on earth that wants to control its destiny. Together, we can build a new supply chain designed to withstand unilateral weaponization by a single country. A commentary on the Trump Middle East peace plan. But Jared Kushner, guys, he's making money off the countries he's negotiating with. So this poster says, given the evidence of recent history, you can do foreign policy one of 2 ways. You've got the Georgetown School of Foreign Service way, where excessively pedigreed individuals with extensive academic and think tank careers shuttle around, have a bunch of meetings, talk about principles, have more meetings, do big meetings in luxury hotels across the world. They then write about policy. They produce think pieces. The podcast interview quantity goes up, but nothing gets solved. Or you can get in. You can build personal relations. You can do business. You can get players in the region so economically tied up in deals with each other and yourself that even the most bloodthirsty malcontents would rather do business than combat. This strategy seems to work, given numerous recent examples. And the readout from President Trump's visit to Walter Reed on Saturday says he got his flu shot and his COVID booster. So you can see the president's anti-vax in the streets, pro-vax in the sheets. This is one of the more common misconceptions about IQ, that there is some kind of IQ threshold hypothesis that after, for example, an IQ of 120, I think Malcolm Gladwell pushes this fiction, additional IQ points don't translate into higher achievement. Clearly false. Even among the top 1%, higher IQ predicts greater achievement. One of the seldom talked about reasons for high housing costs is a premium people are willing to pay to avoid living in bad or undesirable neighborhoods. If we could make those neighborhoods less bad and undesirable, it would lower housing costs. Right? We can choose our murder rates and our violent crime rates by how severely we punish people doing terrible things and by how many resources we devote to catching people who do bad things.
There's things in life you just can't believe. So you order up a prostitute, right? This prostitute lives with his mother, by the way. He's got a massive criminal history, a 21-year criminal history with 31 criminal charges. So you order up a prostitute, and that's what you think you're getting. Now, when you look at that, you go, wow, that's pretty rough, but, you know, any port in a storm. And then the next morning when you wake up, you find out this is who it really is. Yeah, we call that coyote ugly. You see, he's laying on your arm in bed. You go, well, it was rough last night, but I've sobered up. I think I'll just chew my arm off and ease away so I don't disturb him or wake him up. All right, so you think you're buying this, you're getting this. He's got 31 criminal charges, and heck, if you're lucky, he doesn't kill you overnight.
Wow, what an amazing place Florida is to produce a plain-spoken sheriff like that. So I interviewed Dexter Filkins, right? I want to, hey, listen to me, I have high status. I did an interview with Dexter Filkins 20 years ago. Right, here he is talking to the Moynihan Report.
He's an evil genius, and like he becomes, you know, one of the most prolific, if not the most prolific killer of American citizens and Israelis.
Talking about some leading person in Hezbollah in Iran. Not Iran,
you know,
Lebanon.
probably second only to Osama, and like, yeah, like came out of nowhere, and like Hezbollah came out of nowhere. It looked like a pickup basketball team. You know, and then suddenly they blew up the embassy, the French embassy, the American embassy, and the Marine barracks. And so, I think those are questions that like intelligence people deal with all the time. Is like, is this a bunch of clowns, or like, are we going to be fighting them in a few years?
And Israel killed Mugniya in Syria, right, in Damascus.
I mean, and I have to say one of the great assassination kind of plots of modern times.
Dexter, what are your favorite assassinations?
Yeah, well, that's a good one. That was a joint Mossad CIA production. You gotta love that. So it's like the A team came together.
Yeah, that's right. They got together. Yeah, B.A. Baracus killed him in Syria.
But you know, if you remember, it was remarkable. The President Bush. George W. Bush had signed a finding, you know, which was necessary, like a legal finding, that said you are authorized to kill Imad Mugniya, you know, if you can get him in your sights. Cool. Mm-hmm. So one night in Damascus, the Israelis had a clear shot at not only Imad Mugniya but Qasem Soleimani. Oh yeah. You know, the head of the snake and of every Shiite militia in the Middle East. And they said, we can do it. You know, we can do it right now. We'll save you.
Right. So people who make risky sexual decisions, such as picking up that prostitute mentioned earlier by the sheriff, right, they tend to be low status people because they're dangerous for you. You really don't want those people in your life. The worst thing about having a disabling addiction, whether it's an addiction to debting or spending or under-owning or alcohol or drugs, is that the only people who will stay close to you and connect with you are people who are similarly dysfunctional, and highly functioning people will want to distance themselves.
A lot of trouble will save a lot of lives. And the answer came back no, because we don't have legal authority. We only have legal authority to kill the one guy. So if you hit the trigger on the bomb, then we...
So what's the most important process? Legal authority or results?
Get in trouble. So they Mugniya and Soleimani lived for many years longer.
Yeah, it's like they lived in the same apartment. It's like Three's Company or something.
So there's a great comment in the Talmud that if you know someone is coming to kill you, right, get up a little earlier and kill that person first.
Shitty terrorists. But
so we now have a discussion about Ronen Bergman's book about Israel's assassination project. I think it's called Rise and Kill First.
No, it is funny. I will recommend a book that I've recommended many, many times. A person who Israeli journalist who is, I think now at the New York Times, Ronen Bergman, who wrote a book called Rise and Kill First about Mossad assassination.
That's a great book.
It is so unbelievably good. And you see things like
that's a greatest hits tape.
That is a greatest. That's like the Eagles' greatest hits record. It's like it's in everyone's collection. It's like it's got everything on it. Like, oh, that's the best.
I mean, like who knew that the Israelis in the 1940s, after the formation of Israel, even before, they were sending assassination teams back to Germany.
Yes.
To hunt down Nazis who hadn't been otherwise arrested or tried and convicted, and like knocking on the front door and just whacking the guy and then taking off.
And also later in Egypt and Syria, some of these SS guys that weirdly found employment there. Nobody was really checking their papers. They didn't do a card check on that. Like, can you legally, this guy with the heavy German accent? But you see in that book, which is pretty interesting, is that we have this sense, there's a cartoonish sense of, Mossad and intelligence agencies operating just with reckless abandon, because they do make mistakes, like in Wrath of God, when there was a guy who was essentially a waiter who was shot and killed in Norway by mistake, and the Israelis acknowledged this, and the guys were arrested who actually did it. But if you look at that, there is one moment when the Israelis had almost the entire leadership of Hamas in the floor of a building, and they had a clear line of sight, but there was an idea that too many civilians would be killed, and they pulled back from it. And it's an amazing thing to realize these kind of legal requirements and the stuff that goes into it. It's not as fun as talking about these dark, shadowy conspiracies of intelligence people killing everybody everywhere. That book is by the way, it's not a rah-rah Israel book. It is a litany of mistakes. I wanted to ask you about that, because you said that you had talked to somebody, an Israeli intelligence official, about how this stuff happened in Lebanon, about the technology, about getting Hassan Nasrallah in their sights. What can you tell us about that? It is absolutely astonishing, considering someone like Nasrallah, who knows that he's top 5 draft pick of let's be killed by the Mossad, and they're listening to him. How they're listening to him? They're obviously. Did you get any sense of how that stuff happened that you can say?
Well, there's 2 categories. It's incredibly interesting. There's 2 categories of what I think of what the Israelis conceptually. There's 2 categories. They had like a stack of files over here that was people we want to kill, and it was like names, addresses, phone numbers.
I have
photos.
the very same thing, by the way, just so you know. Next to my
list.
Yes,
yeah, definitely. I had a colleague at the New York Times who used to say, when somebody would wrong him, he'd say, which happens all the time at the New York Times, he's on my list. He's on my list. So they had a list of like known people. We want to kill these people. If war starts, we kill them. Mm-hmm. And so in the Gaza war, they had a target bank, which is what they called it. It had like 2,000 names in it. They blew through the target bank in a matter of days. They just went after those guys and killed them, or thought they killed them. But then they had the other category, which I think is the really interesting category. I mean, Nasrallah was in that first category.
So why do animals kill each other over resources and conflicts of interest? And the more intense the conflict of interest and the more limited and narrow the geographic location, the more likely it is that animals will kill each other. So you don't find various subspecies tending to live together in the same place in peace and harmony. Luckily, we have evolved sophisticated brains so that we can live the multicultural dream.
Yeah.
Not really sure how they got to him, but a combination of factors, which, I mean, we can talk about that. But I think the second category explains more about what happened in the war. And I think, to be honest, what's gone wrong in many cases, and that is, it's a category of people who we don't know. We don't know who these people are. So they relied largely on artificial intelligence to look at video feeds, look at cell phone records, look at car records, look at.
I once heard an Orthodox rabbi remark about 20 years ago that it would be good for Israel to operate in war in a 10% more moral fashion, but if Israel tried to be 25% more moral than it is currently, Israel would not exist.
Look at everything that you can imagine can help establish the identity and the activity and the profession of a person. So they would, and I had a long conversation with a targeter for the IDF. And so the computer, and these programs had names. They were called Lavender and Gospel, and my personal favorite, Where's Daddy, was the name of one of the programs. But
slightly unnerving, but okay.
It's slightly unnerving. The computers would spit out basically a map coordinate that said.
So I remember I once worked in an office, and sometimes when I'd walk up to my desk, I'd tell my attractive female coworkers, "Daddy's home."
There's an 80% likelihood that there's a bad guy here. We don't know who that person is, but he's going into a house that we've identified to be a Hamas house. His brother's in Hamas. He's talking on the phone about Hamas. He talks to this guy down the street who we think is a member of Hamas. So we think the computer, 80% likelihood, 70%, 20%, that's a bad guy. And then, as the Israelis put it, I think I'm slightly skeptical of the following, which is a human being was kind of always in the loop to say, do we follow this recommendation and pull the trigger? But I think the really disturbing thing that came out of the conversation I had with the Israeli targeter was that he said that at the beginning of the war, when it was really, really intense, he said that he had permission in some cases to, if the computer said there's a bad guy in that house, if he could authorize a strike if the computer believed that as many as 20 civilians would be killed.
Yeah.
Now, think about that. So somebody at the Pentagon said to me, an American official, former American official, said, who served in Iraq and was in the Biden White House. He said, like, if we ever thought we were going to kill 20 civilians in an airstrike, like, we'd have to go to the White House about that.
So there is no evolutionary adaptive reason why members of an in-group should care about the killing of members of an out-group unless it would be strategically bad for them. But one way that you get status is by trying to provide evidence about how moral your in-group is. And very smart tribes develop very sophisticated narratives about how wonderful this particular tribe is, and then they will build narratives about how peace-loving and righteous and how careful they are about killing enemies.
Yeah.
And he's like, the Israelis are doing that every day, sometimes several times a day.
And is that October 7th? I mean, I mentioned that thing that anybody can look up in Ronen Bergman's book of, refusing to authorize a strike on the entire leadership of Hezbollah, yes, of Hamas, and saying, no, I don't, probably not, there's too many civilian casualties.
So a lot of populists think that elites are closed off from regular people, but like Dexter Filkins gave me an email interview. Dexter Filkins has friendly relations with Yoshi Obayashi, the stand-up comic. Like, a lot of elites are very accessible. If you read their book, you send them an email, right? The odds are probably 50% or more that they will respond.
Is probably lower than 20. Is that the calculation that changes when you have a number that is 1,100 people dead and, the highest toll of single Jews killed in a day since the Holocaust, that those rules changed?
Yes, no question. I mean, I think that, because you can remember, I mean, you mentioned one yourself, we got a clear shot at the Hamas leadership in an apartment building on the 5th floor, but on the first 4 floors, they're full of families. They don't take the shot. And I think what happened what happened on October 7th or after October 7th was the gloves came off, so I think, and I don't want to paint an inaccurate picture. I think, as the targeter said to me, that number, if it was 20 civilian casualties were acceptable to authorize a strike, that number would come down. Sometimes it would come down because of pressure from the White House. You're killing too many civilians, so the number would come down. And I think it typically did come down and it was lower, but that's tough stuff, and I thought sitting across from this IDF officer that he would be, I thought he'd be a little bit more troubled by some of the things that had happened, But I think, you know, it's in wartime, that's what it is. I mean, you're making those kind of choices.
Yeah.
And so they decided after, I think the big difference another big difference in this war has been, in previous wars, the Israelis have said, we're going to destroy the leadership of Hamas or Hezbollah.
Yeah.
I think in this one, it's like, we're going to kill everyone in Hamas. We're going to kill everyone.
Yeah.
And that's where we are, you know, that's what we got.
It's and it's hideous and it's awful and you know war is terrible, but it's people say that all the time. It's like there's a little asterisk on that.
Right, there's only prestige and status if you talk about how horrible this is. If you say this is like legitimate self-defense, right, that will not get you status and prestige among the secular elite.
That war is especially terrible when your enemy not only doesn't wear uniforms, doesn't have a place for civilians to go during a bombardment, that they're perfectly happy for them to be where they are. Whereas, you know, the Israelis are doing these calculations and can be criticized for the calculations they're doing. Whereas on the other end of this, the calculation is 20, we want 40. We want 60, and on that day we get 1,100. You know, 700 or so were not members of the military. Though the real psychotic people make the argument that everybody's a member of the military because of the reserve system and everyone being having to do their duty, except for a narrow number of Haredi people that don't have to do that. But
you know, I think one of the things I learned in Iraq was that a lot of people who do this for a living, i.e., kill people.
So, prisons are a recent invention of culture. Notions of international human rights are recent. The traditional way of war is to kill your enemy's men and forcibly enslave the women and children and drive them off so that they can no longer threaten you. And we have evolved forms of morality and narratives that incentivize against the mass killing and mass enslavement of the enemy, and we can decry how awful ethnic cleansing is, but ethnic cleansing and mass slaughter of the enemy is the traditional way of war that goes back millennia.
They're having a great time.
And recognizing this nature of of war, right? It makes you less naive about waging moral laws and carefully legalized forms of war. And we can conduct war without hurting civilians and only killing the bad guys, right? That is a naive perspective on a war.
You know, I think some of the guys, like the suicide bombers, like they were. You could see the films of them, and they were excited about what they were doing. Like they wanted to kill civilians, and they went out and did it. And I think
yes, we are evolved to seek status and prestige from our tribe.
And sometimes the excitement from parents too, by the way, were filmed setting them off. It's absolutely insane.
Exactly.
Right. There's nothing insane about it. It is basic bitch evolution.
Exactly. And like I think you saw that on October 7th. Like it was like mom, dad,
Right, so these two blokes talking, right, they live amongst the secular elite who believe in the fiction of the Buffett identity.
I killed a bunch of Jews today. Yeah, it was awesome.
Okay, on